theory has to have a priority.
Capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing.
The dimension of the future has disappeared.
There is actually no representation anymore.
There is no final resolution to contradiction.
Militant proletarian snake handling over abysses never gets much wilder than this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Dangerous Maybe. And today we are joined by not just a special guest. I think this one's going to surprise a lot of people. We are joined by Peter Wolfendale. And Nance and I couldn't be more thrilled. We've been really looking forward to this. And today we're going to basically be discussing concepts and themes out of Peter's new book, The Revenge of Reason. Congratulations on this finally being released, Peter.
Thank you. It's taken a while.
Deal. Yeah. Well, it's finally out. People can read it. And I've been telling everybody, I'm like, guys, I don't care what area of philosophy is your main interest, your main focus. This book, you might not, I tell them, you might not be interested in every single essay. There's something in here for you, though. So if you're a lover of philosophy, you got to go searching through this book because something's going to really impact and influence your thinking. It's just filled with original philosophical insights. And so, yeah, we are super excited for this conversation. But before we get into it, Nance, what is going on with you?
I'm chilling, man. I'm, Mikey, you and I were talking before we got going today, and I'm excited. Like, there's getting into philosophy. I think it is a different modality, maybe. I don't know. What is it that we talk about most often? Theory as opposed to philosophy, and maybe the difference is lost on a lot of people. And it's even lost a little bit on me. But I mean, there are things that are very interesting philosophically, and there are also things that are interesting because they matter. Like there are like concrete material effects that are happening to the world around us. Like it seems like the world is accelerating off into madness, and we're like Jackson Pollock blood and shit streaks on the surface of the world we live in today. And I think these things that are interesting philosophically are also important to surviving the world we live in today, and maybe even enriching and having a wonderful, lovely, maybe not utopian, but at least functional human future. So I'm excited to have Peter explain everything to us.
That's it. Like behind the scenes, Nance and I were talking, we're like, what is this conversation? What are we going to title it? And I'm like, I don't know. Peter Wolfendale explains everything. Like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, look, I think maybe just for you to have a little bit of context, Pete, what Nance and I have been doing for years, it's what we call Faultline theory. And what we mean by that is, better than anybody, like when it comes to the online theory scene, it's long kind of been divided between two main schools, if you even want to call them that, or tendencies, which is the Žižek side of the online theory world, and then the Deleuze / CCRU side of it. And so for a long time, we have been thinking through the different ways to connect these two tendencies, these two sides of the online theory world. And I mean, my book, Capital versus Subjectivity, is really, that's what it is trying to think through Land and Žižek and, you know, Anna Greenspan and Alenka Zupancic and this whole thing. And for us, you're part of this. You're part of this. Reza's part of this. Brassier is part of this. And, you know, so we are constantly trying to connect these dots between these two sides. And look, it's not like the two sides are just coherent in themselves. I mean, everybody on both sides disagrees, but we're trying to explore these kind of connections. And so that's why, you know, we've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. And this year, Nance and I, we've kind of decided one of our projects is going to be studying and thinking through neo-rationalism more than we ever have, which is focusing on your work, Reza's work, and Ray's work. And so that's kind of where we're at with things. And so, yeah, we're just super psyched to have you here.
Yeah, I'm psyched to be here and to talk about everything. I don't often get
Oh no,
the
not
opportunity.
you're not just talking about everything. You have to explain everything.
I have to explain everything. Okay. So with regard to those two tendencies, I should say, on the one hand, like I've never really engaged with Žižek. Like I've been to Žižek talks. I've read like a little bit here and there, but insofar as I have certain common interests, so in particular, like a good example would be like Hegel. I know you read my essay on Hegel. Like I've never found Žižek's reading of Hegel compelling. Like Žižek's reading of Hegel always seems like Schelling in a Hegel mask to me. And similarly, like I've increasingly gotten into, I suppose, the area of psychoanalysis. Like I'm not a deep psychoanalysis guy, but I've become more and more kind of sympathetic to what you might think of as the set of problems set out by Freud. And these are certain ways of thinking about questions of subjectivity, desire. But I've never like deeply engaged with Lacan, despite being surrounded by people who are deeply into Lacan.
Yeah.
For kind of understandable reasons. So, I think I can talk about some of the same issues, but I'm not going to be engaging deeply with like a deep reading of Žižek because I just don't have one.
Right. And no, I mean, and that's part of why we were interested to talk to you, because we know that your Hegel is more Robert Brandam's, or at least that's the one of the core influences for you.
I should say it's not just Brand. So like I have disagreements with Brandam about Hegel. I was trained in Hegel by Stephen Houlgate.
Okay.
Who is like, I always think of him as like Hegel's avatar on Earth. Like
right.
he has the like, you know, the logic is just right. You know, but if you ever argue with Stephen Houlgate, you know, you will meet people who they have like their guy, you know, like Deleuze is my guy or Heidegger's their guy or whatever. And invariably, you'll argue them to a point where they'll be like, you know, I can't answer that question, but this is just my guy, right? This is just the position I'm in. Stephen Houlgate always has an answer as to why Hegel is right about this particular question. So the reason I wrote that essay in the book is in part me finally going, okay, Stephen, I think I have an answer as to why I think Hegel is wrong, and it's got to be really tight. So yeah.
And just so, because I wanted to ask you if you feel like the way we interpreted what we take for you to be Hegel's great mistake is that he sets up natural consciousness as the transcendental, but the point is you can do different descriptions of natural consciousness. He doesn't justify why it has to necessarily be his. Was that kind of it?
It's not just that it can be different. So like, crucially, I think Hegel's description of natural consciousness is basically right. Like, I think Hegel, like the phenomenology actually gives you like a really important account of the structure of intentional thought, right? This idea that like, you know, we've got to have a concept in order to individuate what we're talking about, right? But we've got to kind of suppress the fact that that concept could be wrong, right? That's like essential, right? As far as I'm concerned. It's just that Hegel wants to stop at that insight and say, oh, now I'm going to show you how this concept self-negates and turns itself into this different kind of thinking, science, which is this kind of like pure immanent thinking of the concept and how it transforms itself through these kind of like, you know, weird intellectual gymnastics, right? And that's the logic, right? And my position is fundamentally that kind of pure thinking doesn't really work, right? Hegel doesn't adequately justify it. And instead, what we should do is kind of pursue the thought that Hegel had at the beginning of the phenomenology in a different direction. We should sort of go, okay, wait a minute. If we're interested in this sort of way in which all discourse involves this opening up the possibility of error, we might like describe that in more detail and indeed talk about the ways in which it differs between things like empirical science and things like mathematics and ethics. And you know, like actually turns out there is different kinds of discourse which have different sorts of truth depending on the way in which they set up this gap.
Okay.
So that's what I talk about in the essay on transcendental realism, which is the sort of the next step on
Is there right,
that.
right, because that pivots into that. So since we're talking about Hegel, how about, is it a sense where if somebody says Hegel justifies the logic based on what he did in Phenomenology of Spirit, you don't think what he did in Phenomenology of Spirit is sufficient to justify the logic? Is that right?
I mean, some people, and and Stephen Holgate would say this. Stephen Holgate would say, well, you can also just do the logic. You can also just start at the beginning of the logic and go through it, and it doesn't need any justification. I disagree with that. I think that the phenomenology is essential to justify that the idea that you can just think concepts directly without thinking about anything. Right. So this is my crucial point, is that like when you do the logic, you're not thinking about being. You're not saying, okay, I've got this idea about being. Maybe it could be wrong. Maybe no. You just think being, right? And then that transforms itself and goes through. And I think for all that the logic has like really interesting moments, and Hegel manages to kind of like develop certain concepts in really interesting ways. Like I'm a big fan of, say, the logic of essence, right? Ultimately, I think those fragments of interesting thought have to be extracted and independently justified, because this kind of like gymnastic, this transforms itself into this, which transforms itself into this, is it's only really justified by how impressive it is. Like if you do actually pay attention to the movements in the logic and in various other parts of Hegel's philosophy, like another good example would be the philosophy of right. Right, I don't know if you ever read the philosophy of right. You know, really interesting, fascinating, some cool ideas. But there are moments in it where you're just like, why does this turn into that? Right, like, is there any like why Hegel? And
So you're
Hegel's
saying
only
like
answer is,
as the argument unfurls, it's impressive because it's so coherent, but these moves aren't necessarily necessary.
yeah, and some of them are more intuitive than others, and you kind of want to go, oh yeah, like great, I want to go with you, Hegel, right? And others are just like, what? Like the inverted world and the phenomenology of spirit, for instance, right? Like why? And there's no, Hegel doesn't have any answer other than like just think harder, right? If you just more immanent to the concept, right, you'll get it, right?
Okay.
And so it is. So one thing I'll say is like I am like really sympathetic to what you might call dialectical logic. I am sympathetic to some of Hegel's ideas about the conceptual development and whatnot. But I think the sort of idea of pure dialectical conceptual movement, that's what I'm suspicious of. It becomes a kind of Cartesian pure and distinct clear and distinct perception. You just clearly and distinctly perceive the concept. And that kind of rational intuition is what I'm fundamentally skeptical of. I don't think we should ever be in a position where someone can just say, look, you've just got to intuit there's got to be a way to work it out and to criticize, and so that's my sort of where I draw the line with Hegel. And again, I'm happy to go to bits of the logic or bits of the philosophy of right and go, you know what, this sequence of developments really interesting and intriguing when we can do stuff with it. Let's extract it and let's let's add in the scaffolding that's needed to sort of justify using it. But that's kind of my sort of reconstructive take on Hegel, and that's where I'm closer to Robert Brandom, who will do similar things, even if I think a lot of the time Brandom wants to say, like, oh, what I'm saying is just what Hegel says, and actually that isn't what Hegel says. So
Yeah. Okay. So I want to go a couple places here regarding Hegel. I guess first I would say, you might know one of my, favorite people and mentors is Todd McGowan. He would cringe if I called him a mentor. Sorry, Todd, but my friend Todd McGowan there, he'll like that better. But I primarily have I've gotten my Hegel, I guess, if you want to talk like that, from Slavoj, and then the influence he's had on Adrian Johnston and Todd McGowan. And what they tend to emphasize is that Hegel is a philosopher of contradiction, or we could even say disidentity, even though they don't typically use that term. And so when Nance and I did our reading of your essay, we were excited about it. And so I started talking to Todd about it. I'm like, you got to read this essay and let me know what you think. And we had a good conversation about it. And his one thing was like, I think Peter's operating where Hegel is still a philosopher of identity to him, and where ultimately everything becomes synthesized into one grand absolute identity. And for Žižek, McGowan, Johnston, they're going to emphasize, no, what the absolute is just a structure filled with gaps and contradictions.
This is where I just think these guys are being like untrue to Hegel. Like, they think it would be cooler if Hegel didn't think what he thinks, right? Which is like if you read, and it's like, I went to a conference or seminar with where Žižek spoke just after he'd written Less Than Nothing, and there it was either him or it might have been somebody else there, but he definitely agreed with the point. They both claimed that, like, the logic is like an elaborate joke. Like, the point is to kind of get to the end and then realize it's this kind of like reductio ad absurdum. And I think that's just horrendous as a reading of Hegel. Like, and this is why, like, I'm in the paper, like, Hegel is the greatest mistake. Like, Hegel, like, really tries to systematically think everything, right? And you've got to give him that. Like pretending that he says something else because you don't want him to be wrong, I think is not really giving him his due. So, like, at the beginning of the Logic, Hegel describes it as like the study of the mind of God prior to the existence of creation.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And he really thinks that, right? And that sort of very theological, very kind of maximalist Hegel, it's just incompatible with these sort of gappy readings. And it's not to say that, like, you can misread Hegel along those lines. Like, there are definitely people who think Hegel thinks absolutely everything is deducible a priori. And that's certainly not the case, right? Like there are definitely gaps in the absolute, in the sense of, like, well, to put it in the technical terms, absolute idea externalizes itself in nature, and in doing so creates contingency. Like, contingency is necessary, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff which is just, like, not determined by the structure of thought, right? So in that sense, yeah, like there are all of these kind of like there's room for the unfolding of history as it happens, right? Which isn't necessarily all determined by this grand teleology, but I think you have to give Hegel his due and recognize that he was trying to do the really strong thing.
So would you, for you, is Žižek's Hegel really just Žižek? Is that kind of how you view it?
Pretty much. I mean, like, I'm not saying there's nothing there, but I think his conception of freedom is fundamentally closer to Schelling, right?
And I mean, Slavoj's never shied away from that. The indivisible remainder. He's always, early on, he wrote his book on Schelling. And I mean, Todd even has, I think, said to him where, yeah, like you're more Schellingian than Hegelian at times. And I think Todd's always going to strive to be as Hegelian as he can be. But,
yeah. The other thing I would say is, just to kind of come in, is yes, Hegel's a thinker of contradiction. But and a very, like, very strong thinker of like he genuinely thinks that there are kind of contradictions in reality and this, that, and the other, right? It's not just a logic of contradiction, but a kind of ontology of contradiction.
Like he's a realist of negativity is another way to put it.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it's possible to read that statement in a variety of different ways, and one of the things I am sort of, despite how influenced by Hegel I am, and how seriously I take the logic of contradiction, I think it's really easy to use contradiction as a kind of get out of jail free card when it comes to explaining a variety of things. I mean, I could talk about that more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, so for me, what's important about contradiction, and I think this is what Hegel shows from a logical perspective, right, is it's the motor of conceptual development, right? So and you kind of see this to some extent dramatized even in like Socratic dialectic, right? Where it's like, what is justice? Justice is this. Well, it turns out that conception of justice self-contradicts itself, and then someone's got to put in an alternative, and there's this kind of like process through which we revise our conception of what justice is, right? And it's because we can't stay in contradiction. We've got to get out of it, and that forces that move. I think Hegel thinks about this in very, very subtle ways that push it beyond Socrates and Plato, and potentially can be pushed further, right? What Hegel also then does is to say this kind of conceptual movement is also the structure of actual change within the world. Like he wants to say, like the seed of the oak tree contains a contradiction which unfurls itself into the grown oak tree, right? And that's where I get off the train. What happens in a lot of the Marxist tradition, the kind of dialectical materialism stuff, is you end up people making a range of claims in between these, like sort of saying, oh, well, there's got to be like inherent contradictions in social structures in order to drive their development, right? And these claims often get like blurred together in ways that I think are fundamentally unhelpful. And so basically, whenever Žižek talks about quantum theory, I'm just like, I'm out. Like, like that's just like it's not just bad; it's useless, right? In my opinion. And again, I think there are other people who have taken. So there's a famous mathematician, Bill Levere, who is into Hegel, but also like one of the greatest mathematicians and logicians of the 20th century, who provides some like ways of formalizing and rethinking this kind of idea that movement or change involves a certain kind of contradiction. And so I don't even want to say there's nothing there, because there are people who are smarter than me who've managed to find something there.
Well, I mean, even like
But-
something as commonly, wave particle duality, right? They'll say there's a Hegelian dialectical component to this, and so they'll
Just bollocks. Just bollocks. Sorry, is my considered opinion.
Okay. Why do you find that where you're just like, yeah, that's not it?
I mean, so there are a lot of different interpretations of the significance of wave particle duality, depending on your interpretation of quantum theory, right? I don't think any of them, or the choice between those interpretations, are elucidated, right, by talking about that relationship as a relationship of contradiction, right? Similarly, I feel similarly about talking about tensions or conflicts within social structures as contradictions, right? I think most often you can get away by talking about, okay, these things are in tension, right? Or there is a conflict between these two tendencies where one of them is going to have to win out, right? I think often dressing these up in the language of contradiction, when even if it's not always illicit, almost always leads to just confusion, and it kind of overdetermines what's going on in a way that, and it's so this is where I get like a little bit more. I mean, I've already been pretty critical, but so I'm both sympathetic to Hegel, right? And although I wouldn't identify as a Marxist, I'm sympathetic to Marxism, right? But I find like Hegelian Marxism just drives me up the wall. Some particular like value form theory stuff, where there's this like, oh well, in order to understand the relationship between like money and value, you need to understand the logic of essence within the science of logic, right? Like, and that's the important, like, oh, that is the only conceptual way to articulate this social structure. And I'm just like, why? like I mean, I know it might have there's exegetical claims to this, but like I can't see a reason beyond that exegesis that you may have spent 10, 15 years studying, right, to show that this is the only sound economic methodology for thinking about these real empirical social structures that we're having to grapple with. So yeah, I like Hegel. I respect the logic. I would like to take bits of it, but I want everyone to kind of be a little bit more tentative about how they use it.
Mhm.
And one of the ways to be more tentative there is to not just reach for but things can be contradictory, and that means we're thinking about these things right, whereas other people are thinking about things in a fixed non-dialectical way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now, so okay, since we're on Hegel, the two other questions that come to mind for me are, okay, because when it comes to Zizek's reading, McGowan's reading, Johnston's reading, there's two things that stand out to me about what they, on the one hand, they reject synthetic dialectics, the idea that the dialectical structure is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. They don't really think that the dialectic moves according to, like, the sublative moment is not one of synthesis for them. It's a deepening of contradiction. So I imagine maybe you have some issue with that. So that would be the first one. Like, what do you think of this way, the traditional interpretation of the dialectic of thesis, antithesis, synthesis?
I mean, so obviously it is an invention of Engels, right? So like that's not in Hegel. Like Hegel doesn't describe it in those terms. But I think there's also like an overreaction to Engels, where people go, "Oh, well, all that means is we can never talk about anything in Hegel as like a thesis and an antithesis and a synthesis. But if you look at Hegel, like there's a lot of fucking dialectical triads, right? There are like Hegel is like, I heard you like dialectical triads, so I put a dialectical triad in your dialectical triad, right? Like, like from the structure of like the logic, the three books, to like the structure of the philosophy of right again, abstract right, ethic, abstract right, morality, and then ethical right, right? That is clearly like thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and Hegel genuinely thinks that ethical right synthesizes the one-sidedness of these two other moments. Now, you can be overly prescriptive with that, right? The key critique of Engels is that this shouldn't be a formal schema where like every dialectical inference has to take this trinary structure.
Yeah.
Right? Like at its base, the dialectical thing is just this thing self-negates and becomes something else.
Yeah.
Right?
Like in sense certainty, for example, like it like sense certainty, you read that section, the first section of the phenomenology, and it is a bit of, okay, so you try the word now, it turns out to be the most universal, it thinks it's the most singular, it's not. And same goes for here, same goes for I. And so it's more of, he's this mode of consciousness is trying, I like to say it like this mode of consciousness has an ideal image of itself that it wants to be, but then it ultimately finds that it fails. I don't know if I think the pivot to perception is a synthetic moment or if it's something, a possibility opened up through the internal negation of sense certainty. And so I always had trouble trying to fit the triad on these kind of
that's
things.
totally right. It's not, if you try and force it into a synthetic mold, you just don't get it, because loosely, what you've got in the phenomenology is always like, so consciousness has a concept of its object, and it also has something it thinks about its object, right? So in sense certainty, the object is like immediate, right? That's the kind of concept. It's like pure immediacy, right? And each time it's trying to go, well, okay, it's this here now for me, right? That's what it thinks about the immediacy. And it goes through like several moments of trying to think about the object as an immediate object, and they all fucking fail. And what that means is then the concept has to change, right? And that's when you switch from, it's no longer an immediate thing, it's a perceptual manifold, right? And then we're in perception. But that's not a synthesis of anything. That's just this concept fails, so new concept, right?
Right.
And we keep on like that way throughout the phenomenology. So yeah, you're totally right. You can't read it in that trinary way. Another good position, and this is, I know, actually one of Žižek's favorite bits of Hegel, which I think he takes a certain amount from, is, if you go to the end of the philosophy of right, you kind of get to the end of what you think is like a triadic synthesis, where it's like, okay, we've got the sovereign, right, and we've got the sovereign state, right, and that's what everything's built up to, and there's like this little bit added on the end, which is like, but then there's international relations and war, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and you think, I've had the synthesis, and then it's like, but wait a minute. Turns out there are multiple states, and there's no further higher like unification of that. So you've got to be careful not to impose the triadic stuff on Hegel, but like acknowledge it when it's there, because it is genuinely there.
So the last part of Hegel that I guess I'll say my guys are big on is absolute knowing. But for them, absolute knowing is not what it's typically taken to be. It's really where thought comes to understand that contradiction is baked into all things, and this pure identity that it was searching for throughout the phenomenology of spirit, this contradictionless identity. Ultimately, that's the problem, that you've been searching for a pure substantial identity when it's contradiction and negativity all the way down. If you disagree with that reading of absolute knowing, what is absolute knowing for you?
I mean, it's kind of a yes and no, which is ironic in the circumstances, right? So one, absolute knowing is the standpoint of the logic, right? It is what I was calling science. It's like identity of subject and object, and what that means is it's not a subject thinking about an object, right? It's just being and the movement of the concept, right? Now, of course, the perspective of absolute knowing has to be more than that. It can't just be right. We're at the logic, and that's all we think from now on, right? Like there's stuff that comes after the logic where we can think about nature and we can start thinking about the rest of the world again, right? But we do it with this new security, right? And it's important to understand what that security is, because I think that's what is generally lost in these other readings of Hegel. It's like so on the one hand, Hegel is essentially going to say, well, the history of thought is going to carry on, right? In the sense that we're going to have to engage with the world. We're going to have to, do experimental science. We're going to have to, keep building societies. We're going to there's not going to be this like terminal end of conceptual development, right? Like thought as it goes on is going to involve this contradictory process of conceptual revision. And when I say a contradictory process, what I mean is discovering that there are contradictions in what we think, like there are incompatibilities internal to our belief systems and our theories, right? We're just always going to be stuck with that in some regard, right? The security you get from Hegel's perspective is that process might be never ending, but now you understand that process, right? Now you understand the logic of that never-ending process of conceptual development, right? And I think this is what's generally underplayed, under-theorized, and even undermined by the kind of Žižekian readings. Because if you're serious about that, and this is where I bring in Brandon, who is serious about this. This is kind of his reading, right? Then you have to do a bit of logic. You have to talk about the structure of concepts, the nature of conceptual content, semantics, right? This kind of stuff. And again, I don't necessarily agree with everything Brandon says about all these things, but it's a kind of technical philosophical discipline where even if you kind of disagree with the specifics of Hegel, what you want to try and do is pick up that promise of, okay, like where our beliefs and our concepts are always going to be riddled with contradictions, but what does that mean, and how does that let us think better going on? Like how does it enable us to be more self-conscious in the kind of continuing unfolding of history we're going to inevitably be involved in?
Awesome. Well, okay, before we move on, because there's lots of other things we want to, again, we've just talked about Hegel. You've got to explain everything. So, but we're on our way. Before we do that, Nance, anything with Hegel or any questions for along these lines?
I think just the point of, I don't know, the triad being a thing that is real that we do encounter, but also being this thing that we should resist the temptation to try to schematize it onto everything. I mean, I think for me, that is a perennial frustration with many other Marxists. I don't know. Yeah, similarly, I am functionally some kind of Marxist, but I don't know if I take up that identity. But it does tend to I don't know, sneak in a telos or sneak in this type of like inertia or sneak in this type of like, well, it has to be this way because it has to be this way. And then just kind of leaving it there and letting it go on to do deleterious things, I think, to the idea of Marxism itself, and I think that's important. But yeah, I do think it's also important to not react against that and say no triad, like we never do this at all, because it very much just kind of bears out in the world as such. Like we do encounter it, we do see it. So I think that's an important point.
So I guess this is kind of like a side quest type of question, but I can't resist asking it. And we don't have to spend much time on it if you don't want to. But I just want to, for you, Pete, how do you feel about Kierkegaard and his whole critique of Hegel? Do you feel like there's something important there, or do you think Kierkegaard was kind of basically just didn't really understand Hegel and it's one big straw man argument?
So I'm not a Kierkegaard expert, but Fear and Trembling was one of the first like big philosophy books I read when I was an undergraduate. It was like the first one I read where that I was like, Jesus, this is what you can do in a philosophy book, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I think it's important not to dismiss Kierkegaard, right? Like this guy obviously engaged with Hegel, obviously understood what was going on, and obviously had some thoughts, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's worth paying attention to those. In particular, like again, Fear and Trembling is going to be my favorite. Like his critique of Hegel's account of rational faith, I think, is basically on the money, right?
Yeah.
And this is in part why I think a lot of Hegelians end up cutting out the theological part of Hegel, right? Indeed, like Feuerbach is in a very similar position here, like really understands what's going on in Hegel's philosophy of religion and says, love what you're doing, George, just one more step, right? Just one more step and we're out. So yeah.
Do you like this,
But
the Kierkegaardian idea of an existential dialectic, meaning, look, when it comes to your lived existence as a human being, necessity is not going to take you to the next step by itself. You're going to have to make these leaps of faith. He doesn't use the term, but he does talk about the leap, which is the leap of freedom. And for him, the problem is the system is overly deterministic. And because of that, it reduces the possibility of human freedom. And he's going to be a big defender of that. So for him, yeah, the existential dialectic, sure, there's leaps and there's syntheses and there's moments of development in one's life, but they usually entail a big leap on the basis of freedom and not, logical necessity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the relationship between necessity and contingency here is so it's complicated in Hegel, right? As I said earlier, like, just from the metaphysical perspective, Hegel thinks like contingency is necessary. Like there's a sense in which like aspects of nature have to be fundamentally inexplicable, right? At least from the perspective of this like rational thought of the nature of God, right? I'm not sure where I come down specifically with regard to the opposition between Hegel and Kierkegaard on contingency. I am definitely inspired by the existential tradition that comes out of Kierkegaard. I definitely think there is an important thinking of freedom going through Heidegger, Sartre. I have my own critiques of that. Basically, I have my own critique of the way in which they articulate the notion of contingency. But at the end of the day, I think there is definitely a sense in which even when contingency is recognized as being necessary in Hegel, it hasn't been properly articulated. Like it hasn't been given its due. I mean, I have weirder things to say about this, but that's my basic position.
Okay. All right. I think it's a good time to kind of. So I wanted to kind of approach this by asking one of the big questions early on, which is just, I mean, you or somebody you're influenced by both the continental side and the analytic side of philosophy. Um, you've spent time with these various types of philosophers who are all doing this thing called philosophy. And so kind of just wanted to ask you, for you, what is philosophy and what does philosophy do at its best?
So I think philosophy is the art of asking questions. Uh, um, and I think you can kind of see this in the history of philosophy, where if you go back to the sort of pre-Socratics, like the Ionians, right? You know, they're like asking questions like, what is change? Like, what is everything made out of? And then, you know, they're coming up with answers like everything's fire, everything's water, right? Stuff like this. If you look at those questions, you can see that they're trying to make sense of like the world around them in ways that ultimately become physics,
Right. In
right?
a non-mythological way.
Yeah, like and by the time you get to Newton, you know, natural philosophy turns into physics, right? Because the questions have been uh, formalized, right? What was previously this, we're just asking questions like, no, we've worked out the structure of that question more, and we've split it off, and now we're gonna, you know, do a bit of like empirical engagement and revision. And there's still philosophy in physics. You know, there's philosophy of physics, and to some extent there's metaphysics in there, right? But like some of those questions become recognizably non-philosophy, right? Philosophy is the kind of remainder left over, right? And insofar as, right, it concerns itself with anything that is itself its own subject matter, right? It is questioning as such, right? So this is why things like logic, right, and epistemology continue to belong to sort of philosophy as such. Is that like, look, we've got to say something self-conscious about what it is we're doing and trying to make sense of these questions, and then once we've made sense of them, some other people can answer them, right? It's, you know, and that can seem a bit crass, right? Because sometimes you will get people, and I've encountered people like this who are like, oh, philosophy just asks questions, which means I never have to give an answer to anything. I can just ponder. Like, no, like the questioning process means you have to try and answer them, right? But I do think there is the sense in which the kind of ongoing, like dialectical, in that old Socratic, Platonic sense of philosophical engagement is this kind of like shepherding of these questions through history.
Yeah.
And the other way in which I tend to come at this, which I think comes out of this, is so I'm a big fan of both Socrates. All that I know is that I know nothing, right? And Wilfrid Sellers, who says philosophy is the attempt to make everything in the broadest possible sense of the term hang together in the broadest possible sense of the term. So on the one hand, everything, which we're trying to explain, and nothing, right? And these are two sides of the same coin. Is that philosophy is trying to pull together all of these different questions and how they're potentially related to one another, right? There's no question that philosophers can't go, wait a minute, what do you mean by that, right? Like maybe we should get a bit more clear about what you mean by force, or maybe going back to our earlier example, maybe we should get more clear about what we mean by wave particle duality, right? Like, what are we actually talking about there, guys? Right? Philosophy of physics, great. But the way in which we are going about this is fundamentally a matter of what I would like to think of as kind of active ignorance, right? Like what philosophers specialize is knowing what we don't know, right? And this is I think the real Socratic insight is that like you can know more about what you don't know. Like you can have like virtuous ignorance where you're like, you know, when you just start in a field, right? Your understanding of like, you know, say like Marxism, right, is just like there's just these few things out there that I don't know. The deeper you get in, the more you're like, Jesus Christ, I don't know anything about class consciousness or or like Lukács or like there's all of these things that I don't know anything about, right? And the philosopher's task is this shepherding this kind of virtuous ignorance, right? And this sort of openness to everything, right? Because as we go deeper in and we learn more, we find there's more everything there to explain. Now that's a very thematic way of describing philosophy. Obviously, there's also a historical way where we can talk about it as this thing that begins in Greece, and we can talk about the tradition, and you know, we can talk about potentially differences between the Western tradition and Chinese tradition and other things like this. And then we have this question of like what's theory? Like, is that different from philosophy? Is it not?
That's where I was going to go next. How would you describe this distinction or this difference between philosophy and theory?
I think it's principally at the historical rather than thematic level, right? Theory is an offshoot of people interested often in specific questions, but like at definitely a philosophical level of generality, right? Who often appeal to philosophical sources, right? But for sociological reasons have erased their identity or affiliation with that philosophical tradition, right? I think the critical theory is the big like break-off point, you know, where they're like, no, we're doing this big, wide as possible we can thinking of society, right? But that's no longer going to be considered continuous with the wider philosophical tradition. It's this like Marxist break-off, and then all that stuff gets read through literary theory, and just the critical and the literary bit drop off, and it all becomes this hodgepodge of and there I tend to be a little bit dismissive. I don't want to be dismissive of people who do theory, but I have encountered people who do theory in a way of like, I do theory which is better than philosophy. Like I'm not doing philosophy, and it's like, no, you're just fucking doing philosophy with the serial numbers filed off, and a certain prejudice about what counts as doing that well or not. Which isn't to say all criticisms of how philosophy is done within the philosophical tradition from the theory side are wrong. They're not, right? But I think it's possible to become kind of arrogant about the virtues of theory from the side of theory as well.
I totally can see where you're coming from with that. The last question related to philosophy and theory I was going to ask you though is, I think if theory at its best, I think what it's trying to do is respond to the important questions of our current historical situation. And it almost leads to this question of, okay, so philosophy is the art of questioning, but do you feel like it has a certain duty in different times and places to address certain things? Does philosophy have an obligation to try to go to work on certain problems? Or is it is it not philosophy's problem to solve these problems?
I mean, I suppose what I'd want to say is, I think, in one sense, philosophy doesn't, right? In another sense, philosophers do, right? Because as philosophers, we exist in society, right? And we are not separate from it. And from that perspective, we have an ethical obligation to turn our tools and our understanding to the problems at hand, right? But I think it's important to keep that distinction, because you end up, if you don't, you end up with a pressure to do what Badiou would call kind of suturing philosophy to politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so let me tell you my least favorite philosophical argument I have with anyone, right? My least favorite philosophical argument I have with anyone is about mathematics and whether or not mathematics is necessary,
Okay.
right? Because I have encountered so many fucking Marxists who are like, no, I'm a materialist, which means like numbers can't exist, and that means like metaphysical materialism means that I've got to say mathematics is contingent, and it's just like, it's the stupidest fucking position you can take for the stupidest fucking reason, right? Like, so just as a side, like, I'm a Platonist, right? But what I mean by that is not I believe in the heaven of mathematical numbers, of mathematical objects or whatever. What I mean is, like, the fact that there's an infinite number of primes is like something we can be more certain about than basically anything else we know. Like, mathematical theorems are like ironclad, right? Which means that's a kind of exemplar for knowledge, right? So anything you're going to tell me about, like, because of our political commitments, we need to conceive things metaphysically in this way or that way, right, is going to be so much less certain than any given mathematical theorem that we should just dismiss it offhand if it conflicts with the certainty of mathematics, right?
You ever feel like
So yeah,
they have an allergic reaction to numbers and mathematics simply because they have a problem with exchange value? And it's like, yeah, it's fair to have a problem with exchange value, but don't reduce mathematics to exchange value.
yeah, to defend Alex Galloway thought. Sorry. But there are people who genuinely are like, we've got to provide critiques of mathematics and critiques of the use of mathematics from a kind of political, like, genealogical angle, and I think it's usually garbage.
What do you think? There's a passage in Hegel that Nance and I read through with Todd McGowan a couple months back on the channel, and Hegel seems to be warning about an education system that puts mathematics and calculation at the center of education. It's almost like a pre-critique of STEM based education. And he's certainly not against math. He's certainly not against number, but he's saying, like, in a system that privileges number over spiritual cultivation, ethics, etc., this leads to problematic consequences.
I definitely think there's things to worry about along those lines. One thing I would emphasize, and I think this is really important, is there's an important difference between mathematics and calculation. So, like, the proof of a novel mathematical theorem, right, is not calculative, right? Like, when Andrew Wiles proved Fermat's last theorem, like, he didn't do it by, like, hand cranking through something that was just like, I've got an algorithm here and it'll do it. One of my sort of deeper philosophical commitments is that, like, mathematics is actually the best place to go if you want to understand creativity, because we've got, like, really hard mathematical results about the fact that within mathematics, creativity is necessary, right? Like, it can't all be reduced to calculation, right? But putting that to one side, right, there is definitely a tendency towards calculative thinking and to try and expand that and push it into other domains. And I think that this is definitely the major manifestation of this that I'm kind of concerned with is sort of the online rationalism associated with like less wrong and the effect of altruism movements. So these have both like both their conception of theoretical reason, which is this kind of like universalization of Bayesian inference, right? And their conceptions of practical reason, which are utility theoretic, which then ultimately turn into, not always, but often, just utilitarianism. Both of those are basically attempts to reduce reason to calculation. To say, like, look, there's just an algorithm and it just tells us the right choice in every circumstance. Or at least in principle, there is an ideal of an algorithm that we can approximate. I'm extremely hostile to both of those. And this is where the existentialist stuff that we were talking about with relation to Kierkegaard comes in. Like, I just think the world is such that we are always going to be confronted with difficult choices that can't be brute forced, right, through calculative reasoning. And this is sort of the essential source of freedom, right, which is always going to have to make choices, be it in mathematics or in politics.
Right. I mean, Nance, you've been thinking a lot about quantity and number lately. Would you share a little bit
Yeah,
about what you've been thinking about?
I mean, I think like quantity is just a fact. Like numbers are real in this sense, but it seems to be the case that modernity got fascinated by calculation or computation. And I don't know if those are the same thing. I think to me,
more or less.
Yeah. And you see guys like Stephen Wolfram talking about the universe as computation, and there seems to be this movement that abhors asking questions. Modernity can't abide philosophy if philosophy is the art of asking questions. And I think this belief that certainty exists and that there is this, well, there's always a computation, there's always an algorithm, there's always a machine that you can crank to come up with the correct quantitative value that we should have at the end of the day. Like I think that is leading into a postmodern world where nothing is real, because like precisely what makes everything real is our existence and our phenomenological experience of the world, and the meaning that we attach to it. So if we get rid of all that and just try to replace it with numbers, then we can have like a Jackson Pollock world that's just all meaningless, and it's all interrelations. And oh, you see, this is look at the fractal pattern here and this and that. Isn't that so beautiful? But there's no human in it. And I don't know, you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who boldly claim philosophy has no space in the sciences anymore. I don't know, it just, like, for me, it's like, whoa, let's raise some red flags, and not to do the wishy-washy hippy dippy in quotes postmodern thing. I think precisely what's happening by leaning into computation and calculation, we are creating a postmodern world devoid of truth itself. And that seems like a weird consequence of people believing in certainty, that nothing is real anymore. I don't know, like it becomes a screen. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
I kind of half agree with you, right? Like, on the one hand, like, I'm very anti that Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, oh, philosophy has no place in it. Like, people who think that science will just answer all your questions are people who inevitably 5 minutes later are asking a philosophical question and saying they've got an answer for it, right? Like, you can't get rid of the philosophical questions, even in science, right? Which is why we have like philosophy of physics. So, and I also like do think there is an important crisis of meaning, right? And one of the reasons I'm very opposed to this kind of like rationalist perspective is I think it fundamentally does it destroys it even as it wants to claim it. I could talk about that in more detail if you're interested
Yeah,
in
sure.
working a bit on Yudkowsky.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use Yudkowsky as an example, right? So Yudkowsky, and he originates this whole AI safety, AI alignment sort of discourse. It goes through various phases, but I think the key tension in Yudkowsky's work is, on the one hand, he has this idea of what he calls the fragility of value, right? And what this means is, given that his conception of practical rationality is this utility theoretic model, right? So he thinks that like all of your values can be captured, all that you take to be important in the world, right? The thing that motivates your actions can be captured by a utility function, right? Described by von Neumann Morgenstern decision theory, right? And he thinks human values, which is basically roughly what's in common between our utility functions, let's call it that way, that is are capturable by a utility function. They've got to be in principle, right? But he thinks that if you take the space of all possible utility functions, right, where human values are just going to be like one point within that huge space of possible motivations, right? And he thinks if you perturb the point within the space, if you just like, if you try and feed a utility function to a super intelligence and you get it like slightly off what ours is, you get an unrecognizable universe in which nothing that we take to be valuable is valuable. So the famous example here is the paper clipper. You know, the paper clipper turns the whole universe
Bostrums.
into paper clips. But similarly, like a more realistic one, you try and program a friendly AI to maximize human happiness, and then we're all kidnapped and hooked up to machines where our pleasure centers are constantly, basically. Yudkowsky thinks any attempt to optimize for a slightly variant utility function results in a universe in which there is no fun. And fun is the technical term, right? Like he has various posts about what fun is, right? I think the tension is between this, on the one hand, well, human values aren't special. They're just like one utility function within this space of possible utility functions, right? We're not motivationally special. And on the other hand, fun is the most important thing, right? And we've got to do anything we can to make sure the universe continues to have fun in it, right? So on the one hand, fun is like it's just one thing you could like, right? On the other hand, it's special. And Yudkowsky ultimately wants to say, well, it's just special because it's ours, right? Like this is my rifle, it is mine. This is my utility function, it is mine, right? I think like what he calls fun, right, is what everybody else or a lot of the rest of us within the philosophical community would talk about as meaning, right? Like, and in attempting to capture meaning within this utility theoretic framework, in which you can have this, like, there just is a right answer to how you should optimally act within every given circumstance, right? Like he's crushed the precious thing in his hands, right? What's required is an understanding of fun or meaning, which distinguishes it from this utility theoretic conception, right? Which shows actually what's unique about it as a way of thinking about motivation, right, and practical reason. And spoiler alert, it's freedom, right? Like freedom is the thing that we should be thinking about, and that's what's fundamentally at odds with the utility theoretic conception, right? So yeah, on the one hand, right, that's where I'm with you. Meaning, really important. Philosophy, can't get away from it, right? Where I kind of diverge is on how tightly these things are tied to humanity as a particular species, right? And to what extent this stuff can still be computationally captured, right?
Mhm.
So like, I'm a computationalist. I think all of us are computational systems, right? I think all of the wonderful meaning and freedom in the world is a computational phenomenon, right? And I think that could be realized in other ways. And indeed, freedom could flourish in a post-human computational world, right? But showing that, I acknowledge is tricky, right? I don't expect anyone to just accept that on. But that's my position. That's where I kind of come from. I want to show that, like, look, there could be, like, think of them as computational artificial intelligence descendants of us who would recognizably be extending our values in the sense of pursuing the things that we take to be important further than we can. Right. So the example I always use to people is, like, I think, like, in the future, I would like there will be intelligences vastly smarter than us who will be writing operas that are so complex that are just, like, fundamentally incomprehensible to our tiny human brains. But they'll still be operas in some sense, right? There'll still be this kind of, like, pursuit of beauty along a certain line that we can see as starting with us. So yeah,
That's great.
that's mine.
I
So,
think
okay. Oh yeah, go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
I just want to say on that, I think using the term human, I think it is inaccurate and even incorrect. I think the subject is a more appropriate and accurate way to talk about what it is that matters. And I think the ethical, I think the ethical, or what I call the ethical, matches what you're calling freedom, at least in many important ways. And yeah, so I think you're right about that. I do think ultimately subjectivity is not this thing that only belongs to us as humans. It's this thing that presents itself to us in our current shape as humans. But absolutely, I want silicone life form grandbabies. Absolutely.
So yeah, great stuff. I mean, look, I have 3 questions basically along these lines that I can't. I gotta ask them, even though I've got other questions to get to. First, I guess I would just want to say, all right, since you were talking about computation, I can't resist. I gotta ask. So, does computation come from the outside?
So I've got my copy of Exocapitalism here somewhere, but I haven't yet read it.
Okay.
So I can't.
I'll tell you. I think. I
Definitely
mean,
around.
I think Nance and I, it's one of the most important books to come out in a while. And we had a great conversation with these guys. They're awesome. And it's funny because, you know, when we talked to him, you know, Nick Land, you know, he kind of offered his critique because he doesn't like this idea that what capitalism essentially does is produce software. He thinks it's robotics, it's hardware as well, and that you have to have the hardware to have the software. And because they emphasize computation and software so much, he pejoratively called them Hegel's grandchildren, which they loved. Uh, but yeah, it's one of these things that I just look. I do have a very Landian view of the relationship between economics and technology. And I think Nick got it something it was there in larval form in Marx, and Nick's great contribution is bringing this out and making it theoretically explicit. Um what I think they do that I think is undeniable is these tendencies within the capitalist economy of lift and drag. I think these are major conceptual contributions to being able to understand our situation. And yeah, it's like I had some fuzzy idea of lift prior to reading them, but reading them really brings it into sharp relief. I guess the thing that I still kind of struggle with is seeing computation operating at a metaphysical level. I guess I still, maybe it's simplistic, but I kind of think it's this thing that computers do. And obviously, I think for you and for them, there's a broader notion of computation. So I was wondering if you could say something about that.
So I just want to say I definitely have a copy of the book around, and I've been meaning to read it because I did an interview with them, which went really well, and I've been
Yeah, I mean,
meaning to
one of
get
the
to it.
interviews with you in Revenge of Reason is
Yeah,
them. Yeah.
it's there. We put it in it because it was so good.
Yeah.
So working backwards, commutation. So I think people are right to be skeptical about overextension of the notion of I mean, I think crucially, so let's take a more neutral notion, information, right? Information is a kind of schema you can use in various kinds of explanation, right? So it starts out with Shannon in like understanding like telephone systems and noise on lines and things like this, but then people within biology and now bioinformatics have used this notion to think about like genetic information distribution, right? And like the internal processes of cells, and indeed like communication with ecosystems, right? So in principle, computation is a kind of extension of that, right? Where you can also use it as a schema to think about how information is processed, right? And how certain kinds of problems are solved, right? But doing so can be tricky, and it's easy to overextend, right? Not just because it's easy to kind of use metaphors, and those metaphors draw upon the kinds of computation that we are familiar with, namely von Neumann architecture systems that essentially realize universal Turing machines running stored programs, right? Like not all computation is like that, right? But also because you can end up with this kind of like digital physics stuff where it's like everything is a computation, right? Like the waterfall is computing, right? And I kind of want to sit somewhere in between people who want to say we can only talk about computing happening within hardware we have designed to recognizably implement something like a Turing machine, right? And people who want to say, well, every process can be seen as a computational process. Right? I think no, we can apply this explanatory schema to various things, but it's got to be doing work, right? It's got to be doing specific work. So when we understand the visual systems of mammals, right, and we're saying, okay, an example I can actually use, like when with auditory systems, right, we can detect how far a noise is away from us, or the direction it's coming from, because we've got like the difference between the signals from the two ears, right? Like we can talk about that in computational terms, right? We can give like a computational analysis of things like that, even though we know the brain isn't a stored program computer, right? But that kind of explanation is doing work. It's doing lifting in explaining the behavior of organisms, right? Whereas I don't think the digital physics is doing any heavy lifting at all, right? So first of all, yeah, that's my take on computation and metaphysics. Secondly, with regard to land, and I gave a lecture on this for the New Centre's Trial of Nick Land course recently.
Yeah, I remember. I know you're part of it. And I was going to ask you too, like what, because I remember you said something very nice about Reza's critique of land. I was going to say, what did you think of that?
I mean, I basically agree with the entirety of Reza's critique of land. It was very hard to follow. I know not everybody thinks that, but I think it's just right. But the specific point I made in my lecture is, okay, so to go into land a little, right? I think there's roughly 3 periods of land. Right, we've got like early Thirst for Annihilation, we have mid-period CCIU, Deleuze and Guattari stuff, and then there's the late period, right? Shanghai to present, right? And there's various things we can say about those periods, like who the major influences are, how his conception of the primary secondary process split shifts, you know. I think another important thing that you can say is that each period has its own speculative framework that Land draws upon in order to elaborate his metaphysics, right? So in Thirst for Annihilation, it's thermodynamics, right? He's like taking thermodynamics in Bataille and pushing it further into a kind of full cosmology, integrating Freud, the death drive, right? You've got this conception of the death drive as like the a dissipation of energy, right? In the mid-period, cybernetics, right? And we get cyber positivity, right? And then in the late period, there's this appeal to kind of game theory, and particularly evolutionary game theory.
Yeah.
Right? Land can't deal with computation. Right? Land has to reject computation. Right? Like he has to stay at the level of cybernetics, which is to say at the level of syntactic information. Right? Because he's fundamentally an anti-representationalist thinker. Right? And we can talk about the relationship between the notions of computation and representation because they're a bit tricky.
I think that's
right?
really important to do, actually.
But fundamentally, you can't get into computation without getting embroiled in notions of representation. Where I think some people go, and this is getting a little technical, where some thinkers of the nature of computation go wrong, is they think there has to be a prior notion of representation to make sense of computation. So, like, to put it in the crudest possible terms, like the symbols that are being manipulated by the process already have to have representational purport. They already have to be representing in order for the process to be a computational process. Right?
Like the Chinese room would not be computation.
Well, it would, at least insofar as the guy inside and the people outside recognize the symbols as standing for things.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So a way of thinking about it is like, say you've got a program that you've written and you give it like, you give it certain parameters. I'm trying to think of a good example, like say, there's a nice one I use online for working out how to make super juice, which is a cocktail ingredient, right? So I say like, this is how much I have of this, and it tells me you need to use this much of this and this much of this, right? Right, and it gives me a recipe variable upon my initial parameters, right? Now, some people would say, look, that's only a computation because you're representing these bits that are going into your processor as representing an integer of some kind or some kind of floating point number, right? And then you're getting floating point numbers out the other side, right? The bits intrinsically are meaningless. My position is a little bit more complicated. because I think we've built structures into computer systems to handle representational elements of the structure. So a good example is strict typing. And I don't know if you guys know this in computer programming, right? So like one way to make sure that your little program is running nice is to make sure that it accepts only integers or floating point numbers, right? Like and it will give you only floating point numbers, right? So that it can't be handed a value of something that would cause an error or that would fundamentally make something meaningless, right? So like type theory already is representational, but not in the sense of assuming prior representational import. Like it's like constructing representational import from the ground up. So I think you can provide what you might call a kind of computational theory of intentionality. And it's already there to some extent in computer science, even if we're still articulating the elements of it. If that makes any sense at all.
So I guess, and tell me if there's more to say before we go back to this. But so for you, why would you say why was Nick so anti-representation? Was it just the influence of Deleuze and Guattari, or
no? It's there throughout. It's like it's his like consistent epistemological position.
is it also to be anti-representation for him? Is it to be anti-anthropomorphism?
That they're crucially linked.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like so the Nick starts from a position of being a kind of heterodox Kantian, right?
I think he still is.
Yeah. He's a realist, but this kind of Lovecraftian realist, where like the real is like in some horrible. It's like some horrible, unknowable thing, right? But that doesn't mean it can't fuck you up, right? Like you can encounter the real, right? And what he kind of resists in Kant is this thing he calls inhibited synthesis, which is basically this idea that you meet the real on your terms, not its terms, right? It's like no, you meet the real on the real's terms, right?
Well, for him, wouldn't the real on the real's terms be the pneumogram itself?
I mean, that's one way of trying to meet it. I mean, he's got various ways of talking about that real that vary across. I mean, I fundamentally think there's a kind of inconsistency in his epistemology here, but we could talk about that shortly. I just want to get down this key point about Kant, which is, in essence, what Land is resistant to is the idea that there are these fixed a priori structures that determine the way in which we encounter the world. Like for Land, those should be malleable. Those should be open to change through encounter with reality.
And I mean, at one point in the CCRU days, one way to bend them is with drugs, right?
Yeah. I mean, and this is where, like, so that there are two sides to his epistemology. One is a kind of fundamentally a kind of ecstatic mysticism, where like one way in which you encounter the outside is you get outside the self, right? You can actually have these intense experiences of like pushing outside of the framework that limits the way
limit experiences.
Yeah, it's totally Bataille, and that whole emphasis on depersonalization persists throughout the whole of his work. But it starts in Bataille, right? And to some extent, the Kantian sublime, right? The other side is this kind of ruthless pragmatism, where like what's true is just what works, right? Like what's selected for in the game of life is ultimately what is correct. That's
this was one of the things Reza was critiquing.
Yeah. I think, I mean, for one, how do you fit these two things together? Right. I think what he ends up doing is combining them in the notion of non, like nature or nature's God, where it's like the outside it's just the thing that selects in the last instance. But also you can kind of sometimes like shortcut the selective process and just have like a direct experience of it. Right. Yeah. I think that doesn't really work as an epistemology. And I think Reza's critiques are not just that this is bad epistemology, but that it enables a kind of rhetorical Mott and Bailey on Land's part. Where he can sometimes.
When I talked to Nick, I asked him, "Have you read Reza's critique?" And he said, "Not yet." And I said, "Well, I have." And I imagine so Nick's main critique of my work or my book is that I approach this question of the noumenon, the thing in itself, in too much of Kantian terms, and that for him the numogram is the authority here, not transcendental philosophy. And I told him, I'm like, yeah, and I imagine your response to Reza would be, yeah, you did this whole critique of me, but no mention of the numogram. How much is that really a critique of me? So I guess I can't resist. I got to ask you, what do you think of the numogram and the 45 lemurs?
It's never made any real sense to me, to be quite honest. I mean, what I should say is like so I studied at Warwick, right? But I studied at Warwick post Land's leaving,
right?
So I mean, I sometimes joke I grew up in the irradiated wasteland of Nick Land's former empire, because it really did affect the culture of the department afterwards. Like there were things you couldn't say, and like it's like, oh no, those are the bad times.
Well, yeah, everybody was saying he was walking around with 6 demons inside him, and
so like I didn't really come to any of the CCIU stuff until quite late. So I was into Deleuze and a lot of other things that are kind of in that zone, but I didn't come to them through the CCIU, right? I kind of came to the CCIU stuff afterwards via Mark Fisher, really.
Right.
So I can talk about it and I can engage with it, but there's only so far I can empathize with all of its aspects. And when we get to the numogram, it reminds me too much of kind of like way too intense bipolar manic episodes to really be constructive.
Fair enough. Okay, so to come back to the Platonist side, so a friend of ours that we do a lot of videos with, Sean Middlestat, he's reading Plato, and this is an ongoing question with all of us. So I'd love to ask you this: for you as a Platonist, what is the metaphysical or ontological status of universals for you?
Okay. So I identify as a Platonist, but I often say I'm a kind of heretical Platonist.
Well, we're heretical Marxists, so
yeah.
So for me, the question of the status of universals is like the least important part of Platonism, or one of the least important parts of Platonism.
Okay.
To me, at least insofar as you can split the universals in two, right? You can, and this is part of like the divided line stuff, right? So you can talk about the universals as the ideas of empirical things, like the idea of man or the idea of fire or things like this. And on the other hand, then you have things like the cardinal values, like the idea of the good or the idea of beauty, right? Like for me, I'm 100% invested in the second half and like kind of only a little invested in the first half. I do in the book have an essay on Deleuze and Deleuze's theory of universals and what I take to be his answer to Plato that I kind of tentatively endorse.
Okay,
so,
I gotta unpack it for it, because I'm influenced by Deleuze. I have people always asking me what is the idea for Deleuze, so I would love to hear how you would explain it.
The simplest way I can put it is, it's like if there's an error in Platonism, and when we talk about Platonism, we kind of mean the tradition, not necessarily Plato, because who knows what the fuck Plato himself really thought and taught, right? But like the way in which the Platonic theory of universals has been interpreted is as treating the universal as analogous to an individual. Right? It's like a special individual in a special place, right? And this causes all kinds of problems about how you individuate universals, right? So, like, how many ideas are there? Like, is there an idea of bird and an idea of penguin? And like, how
Is there an
how do
idea
these-
of iPhone?
yeah, like, you know, how many ideas are there and how do we divide them up, right? Um, uh, um, the response to this is then to be nominalist and just say, look, there's just no reality to any specific universal. Like, there's no, and I think the Deleuzean position is to try and give a metaphysics of universals, which to some extent bypasses this question, and the way in which it does this is by fundamentally breaking the analogy. So, one way I like to emphasize this is like, so okay, people go, well, we should think of these on analogy with like physical objects, like physical individuated objects, because we're really sure that these things are real. We've got like immediate engagement with them, right? But there's something else that we are familiar with, right? Which is space, right? The space within which we encounter individual objects. In fact, the space that allows us to individuate them, right, as being different, all the same, right? Deleuze essentially says, well, what if we treat the universals or the ideas not as individuals, but as spaces, right? So a way to think about this is, I mean, the details of this are really kind of are drawn from like dynamic systems theory. So this idea of like, we can think of like, so I mean, I always use the same example just because it's super simple. You guys ever come across the fox rabbit system?
Like, a little bit.
It's in population biology, basically. You can draw an XY graph where one is number of foxes, the other is number of rabbits, right? And basically, what this gives you is a lovely example of a kind of dynamic equilibrium, where like if you start at any point in the space, it'll tend towards this kind of pattern where they'll be like, oh, there's too many foxes, they eat too many rabbits, and then the foxes die out, then there's too many rabbits, and what you end up with is this kind of what's called an attractor within the space, that wherever you are within the space, within what's called the basin of attraction, you will tend towards, right? This space, I mean, technically, the way you'd end up thinking about this is imagine it not as a flat 2D thing, but imagine adding it into a third dimension and then adding curvature to the space. And the curvature is what actually encodes the information about how things travel in the space, right? So you think of actually the circle as like a moat, right? And wherever you start on the hill, you roll into the moat and then you roll around. So the curvature like immanently encodes the potentials and tendencies of the system, right? So Deleuze basically is trying to come up with the metaphysics in which we think of all systems as these kinds of dynamics, right? And he basically wants to say that we can think of ideas as these like n-dimensional manifolds, right? All the different kind of qualities or quantities that are relevant to a system, right? They're dimensions of a space. And then that space has curvature, which encodes the dynamic potentials and tendencies of how these things relate to one another, right? And they have like attractors that these are what Deleuze elsewhere calls events, right? Which structure the virtual, right? But the key point is we see this as kind of like a space. Now, what I kind of say in my paper is like, to some extent, this still just seems sort of too Platonist. We're thinking like, oh, well, it's like the fox rabbit system is this like universal that exists off separately, right? And there's still a question of how does that apply to the world we're in. But what you can do, it's a bit hard to visualize, but you can think of these qualitative dimensions as actually being dimensions of the space we live in. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the ideas are not like existing in a separate realm, right? They're extended spatial features of the reality as this kind of like set of integrated interacting systems. How you think of all these things as kind of coexisting in various ways is a bit harder, but that's the kind of basic idea is that like really qualities, quantities, the things that compose the various properties of the various individuated things we encounter are dimensions rather than special universal things that are instantiated in.
So let me. So here's an example I always use when somebody asks me about Deleuze and what's going on in difference and repetition. Well, he's trying to explain this process that he calls endodrama differentiation, and how does an idea, how does it become actualized and individuated? And so I always like this image of a crack pattern emerging in a piece of glass in a window. And so virtually you have a whole multitude of potential crack patterns in a window. And the question is, how is a specific crack pattern going to be brought from the virtual into actuality? Well, of course, it's through intensity, which you take a rock and you throw it at a certain, with a certain intensity, and it hits a certain spot, it's going to bring that potential out. But it's as if the ideas, which, I mean, this is very spatial example, but the idea of crack pattern is this space in which one can actually be pulled out into actuality via intensity. So do you think that's kind of an example that gets to the heart of this, or?
I think it certainly fits. The question of whether it gets to the heart of it ultimately comes down to how you can connect the intuitions there up with differential calculus, which is the thing that at the end of the day is what's the heart of Deleuze's attempt to make identity subordinate to difference, by giving this a conception of internal difference from the differential calculus. So the way I kind of like to put my position is, I mean, I'm not talking about intensity here, which is a whole other can of worms.
Right.
Do I think it's an important can of worms?
I mean, do you think, just quickly, do you think intensity is the go-between between the virtual and the actual? That's how we get from the virtual to the actual.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. But so I like to think, so there are various different terms Deleuze has for intensities, right? So there's a dark precursor, there's nomads, right? And I kind of like nomads rather than monads, because if you come at it from Leibniz, I think you get other intuitions. But the point about the nomad is it's a thing that can move between ideas as multiplicities. So to give you the example of the fox rabbit system again, right? Just because it's a simple, right? You've got a basin of attraction there, right? And what that means is as long as the two values, the number of foxes and the number of rabbits, exists at some point within that basin of attraction, it'll kind of fall back into that stable dynamic. But if you push that point outside of that basin of attraction, right, the system will collapse, and what you'll get is a different set of dynamic behaviors, right? So the conceptual difficulty is, how do you conceive of that point as the thing that's traversing the surface, right? That's the nomad, right? And so the intensity that generates the system, right, that's that thing that becomes the point that traverses, right? But how you conceptually understand what it means to go off the edge of the basin and create something else, that's basically what gets called catastrophe theory within mathematical studies of dynamical systems. That's what Deleuze is trying to get at with the way in which intensities generate things. It's like drama. Whether or not he provides the right way of doing that, I'm not entirely certain. Like I'm not like a fully committed Deleuzean in the sense of like we have to get precisely what he's saying in chapter 5 of Difference and Repetition down because it's the God's honest truth, right? But I do think the basic idea of trying to come up with a metaphysics answering classical questions like what are universals by paying attention to like dynamic systems theory, catastrophe theory, and differential calculus is a good project. It's like it takes the Platonic problem and pushes it onwards from being trapped in this like battle between Platonism and nominalism.
That's awesome. Okay, so some of the main questions we had for you are, about the core of your thinking right now. And I think maybe the best way to kick this off. So, the first thing of yours I ever read was accelerationism, what's all that about? Right? So I feel like it's only right to kick this off by going, so Neorationalism, what's all that about?
So like Neorationalism isn't a term that any of us kind of picked. I think it might have been Benedict Singleton's doing, but it kind of there was this summer school that I helped organize in Berlin in 2014 when a lot of us were together. Ray and Reza were there, but at different times. It's where the Xenofeminist manifesto kind of came out of, because that's where the Liboria Carbonics collective met. Yeah, and I think at that point someone came up with neo-rationalism or neo-rat, and it just kind of spread and stuck. But there were definitely like convergences between my Reza and Ray's work, and there are other people in that space who have definitely contributed their own kind of neo-rationalist work, like Daniel Sassolotto, J.P. Caron, A. Carvier, Daniel Carvier, I should say. So it's there's a wider ecosystem of people, and a bunch of people who are interested in it. What is it then? One of the things that kind of motivated this book was me trying to kind of give my take on it. Like say, okay, well, look, this is what I take, at least my version of neo-rationalism to be. The simple way I try and articulate it is, I suppose there are three things to oppose it to. One would be classical rationalism, right? So that's like Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz. Spinoza in particular is really important for me. I know like Reza's done great work on Descartes. The thing that I think to be fundamentally wrong with classical rationalism is, I mean, you might say the disembodiment of rationality, but not in the way that people who are obsessed with the concept of embodiment tend to mean. So basically, the key thing that I think to be wrong with it is the very idea of rational intuition. this is the thing coming back to what we were saying about Hegel earlier, right? That rationalists have this tendency to at the end of the day ground themselves in some like notion of clear and distinct perception, or just kind of like a pure you can just think, right? When the process of thinking itself is not understood, or is erased, right? So neo-rationalism fundamentally rejects any notion of rational intuition. The process of reasoning itself must always be accessible and criticizable, right? This is part of Reza's response to Land, is like, no, there's got to be this kind of like public availability. It's not this like Habermasian, like, oh, we've got to have an ideal speech. It's just, no, like this, the trace of reasoning has to be something that can be criticized because it's a real process in the world. And this kind of leads us to, I think, me and Reza especially, to the notion of computation, because that's the way in which we think we should understand the process of rationality. Like in its most abstract terms, it's a computational process. Ray has always been kind of more interested in sort of empirical neuroscience, I think, but it's the same basic commitment to, like, cognition as such is a thing that happens, right? Even if we're going to characterize it in abstract terms, right? It can't become this kind of transcendent remainder, right? So that's the sort of first point. Nevertheless, right, where this isn't empiricism, is that empiricism is always associated with a certain kind of conservatism. And we think what's important is to push reason as far as it'll go, right? It's about kind of pushing reason beyond the reasonable, as we have put it before, right? And that fundamentally, I mean, I suppose this comes to the other two oppositions I was going to make. So, I think the revenge of reason for me is this return to rationalism after what we might think of as the postmodern critiques of reason that dominated a lot of 20th century, especially 20th century continental thought, right? And that's a return to reason anyway that's informed by these, right? So, you know, not to dismiss critiques of the ways in which the notion of reason has been used to rationalize certain kinds of authority structures, be they like epistemic or otherwise, right? So taking those on board, but in a way that fundamentally tries to incorporate them into reason as a self-correcting enterprise, rather than rejecting that enterprise. We could talk about that in more detail, but I think that's a secondary point that's really significant. And then the third is what I've already said something a little bit about, which is there are now kind of self-identified rationalists. It's a huge movement, like by any metric. Eliza Yudkowsky is probably the most influential philosopher in the world in virtue of writing Harry Potter fanfiction. Like, that is the world we live in, right? And I don't mean to dismiss them entirely. Like, I disagree with them massively, but you know, there is a worldview there, right? But it's one that is kind of ahistorical, is very idiosyncratic, and it certainly doesn't mean, when it says rationalism, it doesn't mean Descartes and Spinoza. It means something closer to a combination of like decision theory, formal methods, anti-bias in cognitive psychology, and like rationalism as debunking in like the James Randi sense, right? But crucially, so there's one facet of that kind of rationalism that is, I mean, we could say positive things about various aspects of it, but the one thing that's positive that is worth focusing on is this emphasis upon belief revision. So these people are like hardcore Bayesians, and the core of Bayesian inference is updating your priors, right? Which leads you to this like very irritating kind of language where people, instead of talking about their beliefs, talk about their priors. Right? My priors are this. Like, just you can just talk about what you believe. It's fine. But the idea is when you get data, you can update your beliefs, and crucially, this updating is probabilistic, right? So rather than having like a yes, no, I believe this or I don't believe it, it's like, oh, I'm like 70% confident in this, and new information tells you whether to go, oh, I'm 75, or I'm now 65 or lower, right? So there's this kind of like idea of like constantly modulating how much credence you give to every possible proposition. I have various critiques of this, one of which is the every possible proposition bit. Like, when you try and generalize Bayesianism to, like, it works really well in little tiny toy examples, but when you try and generalize it to, like, your overall view of the world, it doesn't work. It's like, it's computationally and cognitively intractable, right? And so pretending this is what you're doing can actually mislead you as to what you're actually doing. But the deeper point, and this is where we get back to Hegel, is although this involves revision of beliefs, what it doesn't involve is revision of concepts. So the concepts are the things that articulate the content of the propositions that are those beliefs, right? So there's a difference between sort of, believing. So what's a good example here? And the example I tend to use, right, is because it's one that everybody has a basic grasp on, is the emergence of Einstein in general relativity. So prior to Einstein, right, there were like different competing conceptions of space, but they were mostly like Euclidean, right? Be it like Newtonian absolute space or Leibnizian, right? And the leap from that to Einstein's conception of space, right, is a genuine conceptual innovation in the notion of what space is. So it's not like prior to that, like we had these different beliefs, right, that were options, like, oh, space is Euclidean, space is non-Euclidean, and we just happened to put all of our credence in this and none of our credence in that, right? Like prior to that, this was not an option, right? The conceptual innovation changed the space of beliefs that we could have, right? So another way to think about this is like like for me, the killer app of human intelligence is the ability to change and revise the possibility space, not simply to shift the probabilities of the various different things within that space, right? And we could talk about conceptual revision in a bit more detail, because I basically think Brandam's account of it is more or less right? But this is the kind of Hegelian picture of this constantly tarrying with contradiction, that like turns out we're always going to find we have these like weird incompatibilities within our views that force us to develop new concepts that change our conceptions of what possible states of affairs can be, and just what beliefs we can have, right? So to bring it back to neorationalism, my take is to be a proper rationalist is to be even more committed to revision than Bayesian rationalists, right? It's not just this kind of like empiricist. We get some data and then we change our probability ratings. It's like, no, like we find things in the world that contradict the very framing we have for thinking about this, that, or the other, in ways that force us to creatively rearticulate the conceptual frameworks within which we make sense of things, right? And it's that revisionary process of rationality that's the core of neo-rationalism, is this commitment to the like inexorability of theoretical revision. This then leads to, and this is really what the core of the first 5 essays in The Revenge of Reason do. It's an attempt to think through how this process of theoretical revision is reflected in the practical domain, right? So how reason as this kind of force for revising our theoretical understanding of how the world is fundamentally reflects in a process of constantly revising the way in which we think the world and ourselves should be.
Like it.
And I think there's a crucial kind of connection between these two things.
Would you even say that maybe your brand of existentialism would be existential revisionism, where the good life, if we want to talk like that, would be one where one is free to constantly revise one's existence?
Up to a point, right? I mean, I think my problem with to get into this practical side, right? My problem with existentialism in like Sartre and Badiou, not Badiou, in Camus, is that they tend to make choice arbitrary, right? Like to the point that like the process of like finding meaning just is embracing absurdity. It's like embracing the arbitrariness, right? And kind of like creating everything from whole cloth. And I think that that's bad. Like I think we are generally put into situations in which we have various different ways we can go, and the fact that we aren't necessitated in going any particular way doesn't mean there aren't reasons to pick, right? And it's making sense of the idea that there are reasons that don't fully necessitate within the practical realm. That is my little obsession.
So basically,
So in
like a
particular,
Kierkegaardian revision would be, there is a leap, but it doesn't mean it has to be absurd.
yeah, I mean, but the way I would put it is right. It's like if you overemphasize this revision, it sounds like just like, oh, well, you're just arbitrary changing into different forms whenever.
Or it
for
also
no
can
reason.
sound like Deleuze-Guattarian, like absolute deterritorialization.
Exactly, right. And what I kind of want to indicate is that, so to take like a more concrete example, like say you dedicate yourself to music, right? Like that you can travel on a kind of infinite trajectory of exploring the space of music, which will change and develop as you revise your conceptions of what's possible and what's worthwhile doing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not necessarily uprooting every aspect of where you started from,
Right.
right? That's it's a process of expansion and development, right? Pursuing a trajectory. This is where I'm kind of closer to what is actually Badiewian existentialism.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of like fidelity to a truth,
Yeah.
right? Like I think there can be these kinds of like infinite processes of the pursuit of truth, right? In art, in science, and so on and so forth. I don't necessarily agree with everything Badiou says, but I think he's basically right on
One
this.
time when I interviewed Slavoj, though, he says one of the differences between he and Badiou is that he does think it's possible to have a philosophical event. Would you agree with Slavoj on that one, where you could have fidelity to a philosophical event?
I mean, yes. I suppose, but mainly because I would just want to abandon Badiou's conception of the event. Like I
Does
think
it really have to be reduced to the 4 options?
I mean, so I do think so. Where I'm kind of like where I connect with Badiou is in the notion of truth, right? Like I think Badiou's theory of truth really has something to it. I think it's over kind of coded. Like it has a lot of unnecessary mathematical machinery, but what he's trying to do with it is basically right. And I do think we can talk about there being different types of truth. This comes back to what I was saying kind of at the beginning regarding natural consciousness. And look, there are different ways in which we open up this possibility of error, right? So the kinds of truth in natural science and the kinds of truth in art are going to be different, right? And I do think the process of exploring within those domains does have something of the structure that Badiou talks about when he talks about the event. This kind of like there are points where you just don't know, like you're confronted with choices, and sometimes you've just got to run with it in this way, and then running with it in that way will retrospectively show you were on solid ground, right? Like retrospectively, it'll kind of seem necessary that you took this choice, right? And it'll be validated, and that'll be the basis for further truths and so on and so on. But I just don't think the machinery that Badiou uses to articulate that structure is maybe what's required.
Well, let me ask you, because I know you did your PhD on Heidegger. I mean, could we approach this from, the Heideggerian take on the event where, it's Dasein receiving the event or the truth of being and then shepherding it? Could that be a way of viewing fidelity?
To be honest, I mean, you could if you want. I don't see what you'll get out of it. Like, what I would say is, I think the very term event in continental philosophy has become just overstuffed.
Fair enough.
Like, so a key example I would give here is there was like a little cottage industry in like the 2000s back when I was a graduate student of people being like, oh, we've got to compare Deleuze and Badiou's theory of the event, and Badiou thinks the event is this, and Deleuze thinks the event is this. And if you look at it, they just mean totally fucking different things. Like yeah, it's the same word, doesn't mean the same thing. Like,
Not the same signified.
Yeah, like there's not they're not competing theories. Like, yeah, okay, to some extent they're both interested in similar things. They're both interested in contingency and novelty, but that's not the point where those concerns connect. Right, and I think you could say something similar about Heidegger and Erasmus here, right? Like, yeah, okay, you if you squint, you can say, oh, Badiou thinks this and Heidegger thinks this, but really, I don't think they're trying to do the same thing.
So the idea is take Heidegger, Badiou, and Deleuze on their own terms when it comes to the event, and not try to,
like, if you want to talk about them and if you want to say what are their differing theories of being and how are these related, then yeah, you can have a really interesting conversation, right? Like, and there will be like semantic variations, but you won't be talking cross purposes if you say what are these thinkers' theories of being. But I think if you try and say what are these three thinkers' theories of the event, you're going to end up talking at cross purposes more. Yeah.
To come back, so to bring it back to neo-rationalism, I think one interesting way to kind of further our understanding of it would be to have you explain kind of who would you say are the main opponents of reason? Like, who specific? Are we talking about like Adorno and Horkheimer's the dialectic of enlightenment? Are we talking about Derrida's critique of logocentrism? Who do you think are the kind of key figures of anti-realism anti-rationalism?
I mean, both of those work. I mean, Adorno and Horkheimer slightly less. I mean, So like there's Adorno and Horkheimer themselves, and then there's the influence of Adorno and Horkheimer. Well, like Adorno and Horkheimer themselves are like very clear to be like, oh yeah, we're criticizing what we take to be this mode of Enlightenment reason, but we also really love Enlightenment and reason,
Yeah.
right? And like it's an internal critique, but the it's an internal critique bit gets kind of like forgotten in it, but like weirdly, like one of the things that's always fascinated me is how much like Adorno and Horkheimer's critique of instrumental rationality and Heidegger's critique of technology kind of merge in the Anglophone continental philosophy world and become this kind of like monolithic conception of instrumental reason and why it's bad.
Yeah.
Right. And to the point where the instrumental bit often gets forgotten. It's like, oh, it's not just that instrumental reason's bad, right? Like really, Adorno and Horkheimer's critique is a critique of taking part of reason for the whole of reason. Right? Now, their specific conception of dialectical rationality that they take to be an excessive instrumental rationality, I think is probably a little flawed. One of the reasons for this is actually that they're really dismissive of mathematics. Like they are just like, oh yeah, that's just calculation. Like it's not fucking just calculation, right? Like you will find dialectical thinking in mathematics if you go looking for it, right? Read Proofs and Refutations by Emile Lakatos, one of the greatest books of philosophy in the 20th century, if you're interested. So, like, yeah, okay, their conception of what reason is beyond instrumental rationality is perhaps somewhat wrong, and their conception of instrumental rationality itself can be a bit of a caricature, right? But there's definitely something there, right? There's definitely, if nothing else, this general gesture of you have taken a part of reason for the whole of reason, right? And that's definitely something that we see repeated historically by various different figures. Indeed, I would say what my critique of sort of Yudkowsky and rationalism is precisely this, right? You take Bayesian inference to be the whole of theoretical rationality, and you take sort of von Neumann Morgenstern decision theory as the whole of practical reason, right? That's a very kind of like concrete development of the dialectic of enlightenment. Putting them to one side, Derrida, the critique of logocentrism. I have a T-shirt quite famously that says "Team Logocentrism" on it. Just because I've been attacked as a logocentrist, so many times.
Well, if you haven't, are you really doing philosophy correct?
I mean, yeah, true. I have a real kind of hate for Derrida. I know it's some of it's irrational, but like the only thing, the thing that's really worse than Derrida is Derridians. Like who are responsible for like this is the thing. There's like tough on Derrida, tough on the consequences of Derrida, right? Like
yeah,
like Derrida, and we were talking about theory earlier, right? Like and this kind of like weird history of theory going through literature departments, like post-structuralism, I think, is a phenomenon that only really exists in the Anglophone world, and what
I agree.
Is a bunch of French philosophers from a similar period with some related concerns.
Some Wittgensteinian family resemblance.
Yeah, all being read through Derrida in English literature departments, and then turning into this Anglophone cottage industry that became a kind of separate philosophical.
Which means that
tradition in
Deleuze
the
doesn't
Anglophone.
care about truth. He doesn't care about, like all this. And it's just a way of writing all of them off, which is so unfair.
Like almost all of the things people would say, not all of them, but some of the big things people would say about post-structuralism just don't apply to Deleuze. Like Deleuze is a structuralist, Like Deleuze is like a really hardcore, like he's a hyper structuralist, right? All of this, like, you know,
I mean, even can't we say that the Deleuzian idea is a differential structure in its
absolutely, absolutely. Like Deleuze is like there are structures and all these things,
I feel
right?
like he kind of, and I know that people always they don't emphasize Saussure's influence on him, but I can't help but see it where he took this differential logic that Saussure got at and metaphysicalized it. I mean, so
Yeah.
I mean that's at least how I read him.
No, I mean, like, I think it's not just Saussure, but it's that whole milieu of like Saussurean influence with like Levi Strauss and Lacan and Althusser. Like Deleuze is like, at least in Difference and Repetition, is very much like, guys, I'm part of the club. Like I want to synthesize all this, and I want to, like,
and metaphysicalize it. Like I think he's.
totally.
I like what you said. I think he's all. You could say he's the ultimate structuralist.
Yeah, and he is absolutely, as he himself says, a pure metaphysician. So all this Derrida stuff about
Doesn't
coming out of
apologize for
Heidegger
it a
being
bit.
post metaphysics, all of that stuff, is totally wrong, right? Even like Foucault, right? I'm a big fan of Foucault. Like, and yeah, Foucault was, influenced by Althusser, but like Foucault doesn't think of himself as a structuralist or as a post-structuralist. Like the structuralism is kind of beside the point for him. Like he's in many ways more continuous with the tradition of French epistemology and philosophy of science, right? But when he got read by Anglophone readers, none of them knew anything about the French philosophy of science. So he got connected up to this other stuff rather than put within that context. And so what you end up with is this kind of like, again, just as like Heidegger and Adorno, who fucking hated each other, get kind of blended together into this kind of like lowest denominator critique
Well,
of
it's kind of like instrumental
rationality.
rationality is in framing, so therefore they're the same thing.
You get the same thing with Foucault and Derrida. You get this kind of like this like blurring of the difference between them, and you end up with this like, oh, binaries are bad. Like, oh, everyone knows. Like, that's a binary distinction. You can't have them. Like, like this was genuinely the attitude when I was at grad school, and like I once spent like a couple hours in a room full of artists with Rosie Bridotti, trying to defend the idea that like binaries are okay. Like sometimes, like we need distinctions between like truth and falsity, and justice and injustice. And it was like me versus a room of people who were like, no, this is just like, it's just like common sense.
Did they have their
and it really
pitchforks?
was
Like,
this. Yeah, no, and it's. I mean, I'm not saying that they were being, really nasty or anything. Just like it was this like fused common sense, which comes from just, like.
But aren't they in need of a
over-identifying-
revision? Don't they need to stand back and go, okay, whether we call it a prior or a presupposition or a master signifier, whatever we want to call it, guy, maybe a little bit of a revisionist attitude would be productive here.
Exactly. So, yeah, like, I mean, if I was to characterize that stuff specifically as opposed to the instrumental rationality stuff, what I'd say is you had this kind of like, I mean, it's what I've sometimes called normophobia. It's like, oh, we can't make normative distinctions. Like Foucault has shown us that like any kind of normative distinction is ultimately bad. And that's just not Foucault, right? Like Foucault is interested in understanding how and potentially critiquing, like in a Kantian, in a historicized Kantian sense, how these things are articulated, right?
But that's epistemes and
but that can't be generalized to, or any normative distinction is bad. Not least because that's a self-defeating fucking proposition, right? Like you're saying something's bad, that's a fucking normative judgment, right? Like, I mean, this is my basic view of a lot of theory in the 90s, is that implicitly there's an attempt to try and take this position of all normative distinctions are bad, and the only way you end up being able to coherently articulate a normative position on that basis is to valorize transgression for its own sake.
Right. I
So
mean,
the
didn't so
only
much of
thing,
this boil down to first year philosophy students wanting to be anti-normie, which is their way of getting back at their parents, and it's
I
fueled
mean,
by a kind of juvenile jouissance.
there is some of that, but I mean, this isn't just first year philosophy
Okay,
students.
fair
A
enough.
lot of this is professors in the humanities. Like
Yeah.
and I mean, we could give a whole wider sociological account of it, but I think there were some like so I've previously called these critical reflexes. I think Reza's used this term and he got it from me, which is basically like there are these arguments that at some point within the tradition of critical theory, which were kind of like majestic, complex, interesting, that have been like boiled down to their lowest energy state, right? And just become these kind of reflexive, oh, we know binaries are bad, we know like like that's what you're pro technology, that's instrumental reason, that's like bad. Like there are these reflexes that got internalized and separated from the arguments that motivated them to the point where you couldn't even argue against them. And yeah, so and Neorationalism is my revenge on all of that.
So would neo-rationalism be a defense of normativity in a sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like 'cause this is like the notion of normativity, something I take from Brandom as well, and but I think it's part of a bigger tradition. Like I mean, for me, increasingly, this is where my Platonism really shines, right? Like for me, like I say, like I'm sort of interested in the metaphysics of universals in the empirical sense, right? What I'm really interested in are the cardinal ideas, like truth, beauty, right,
Right.
right. What I'm interested in is the structure of value as such, right?
Mhm.
Um, and I mean, we can talk about this normativity in various ways. I think one of the things that was really important for me developmentally was Ray's Nihil Unbound.
I was going to ask you about this. Yeah.
There are various bits in that, um, but the thing that really got me was the critique of the Churchlands fairly early on in that book.
Mhm.
The Churchlands, their position is eliminative materialism. They basically want to say, like, all of the kind of folk psychological ways we talk about mentality are ultimately going to be destroyed by neuroscience. So, like, the very idea of like beliefs and desires, these like intentional states, just like going to be replaced by talking about like neuronal activation vectors and various things like this, right? And there's something which I tend to call Brassier's saber, um, which is, I mean, my Brassier's cleaver might be better, which is um, you can't explain away explanation, right? This is like committing suicide by parsimony. So what he shows the Churchlands do is they ultimately cut away the epistemic normative framework within which they could say their theory is better than another theory. Right? They ultimately say, oh, we should eject basically the language of justification, right? At which point you can't justify why you would think that their position is the correct one, right? Um, and yeah, I think so. This is an example of like where you have to cling to certain notions of normativity within the epistemic domain, and I think Ray just got that like spot on.
Mhm.
Um, this is also an argument that can be applied to people like Scott Bakker and also Land, like people who want to kind of be anti-representationalist because they think that fundamentally the puny structures of human reasoning that we're working with are going to be washed away by some future in human development. But this insistence upon normativity as an ideal, right? So crucially, ideals are not averages. They're not norms in the sense of like, oh, this is what people do, right? That emphasis on normativity in the epistemic domain can also be expanded into the ethical and the aesthetic domain. right? And what I'm obsessed with is trying to understand how these structures differ and how they're related, right?
Okay, I think this is since we've talked about neo-rationalism, I think it's a good time to ask you. So, the way you described it to me off camera when we were talking last week, the five essays that start the book, they kind of form a book within a book, and so people should read those together almost as a a 5-part unit. And I've got questions for you about that. But the other core essay here is essay on transcendental realism. And that, I think, is this big question we need to get to. What do you mean by transcendental realism? And of course, the thing that kind of popped in my mind when I saw the term, well, Deleuze famously spoke of a transcendental empiricism. Is your transcendental realism any way related to that, or is it something totally different?
Not related to the Deleuzean transcendental empiricism. Okay. So it was a term that Ray was using at the time coming out of Sellers. And I basically was like, okay, I want to see if I can give this term content. And yeah, the whole thing was written in a very short space of time, in like 2009, 2010. And it was like completely unpublishable. It's just like too continental for analytics, too analytic for continentals,
Sure.
Too long for a journal, not long enough for a book. So it's kind of like circled around online for like 15 years. And then finally it's got a home. So what is transcendental realism? In its simplest possible terms, it's the claim that the structure of thought shows that there's more to the structure of the world than the structure of thought. That the structure of the world is in excess of the structure of thought. So if you're an absolute idealist with like Hegel, you think the structure of the world is the structure of thought. Right? Once you've got the structure of thought down, that's the nature of reality. Right? And my position is no. Like, yeah, it's necessary to articulate the structure of thought, and that will tell you things about how to ask questions about the structure of reality. But fundamentally, you're still going to have to ask those questions. There's going to be things in excess. So the way I like to dramatize this is with specific metaphysical questions. So so we can ask a question like, what is space, right? And that's something Einstein's going to have something to say about, and physicists are going to have something to say about. This is where physics and metaphysics meet, right? But you might also want to ask the question, what does space mean? Like, what do we mean when we're asking the question, what is space? What is this thing that we're trying to inquire into the real structure of, right? And that's the kind of sorting out that question is the job of philosophical critique. There's like a critical stage for philosophy in relation to. So, for me, metaphysics is a posteriori. Right? Metaphysics is fundamentally carried out in communication with empirical science, like within empirical science to some extent. Like physicists are doing metaphysics, and we might be doing metaphysics as well, and we're having this dialogue. But what our philosophical role is, distinct from the role of the physicist, is to try and clarify the terms of the discussion, right? And we do that in the last instance by trying to clarify the logic of empirical inquiry as such. So that's the basic position.
No, I was just going to say, this. I have to say, it strikes me in a way that's very Lacanian, in the sense of that for Lacan, there's the symbolic, but then there's the real, which is in excess to the symbolic, and the symbolic never fully can capture the real. It can never fully integrate the real. And so would you see a little bit of a Lacanian correlation?
I see it. right? Insofar as it's similar to this, like I said the kind of Brandomian position is like we're never going to be fully rid of contradictions in our concepts. We're always going to be forced to go through this revisionary process, and that has this kind of Lacanian flavor as well of this kind of like we're always going to be butting up against the real in a way that forces us to change our symbolic representations of it. So there's a certain affinity. I don't know the Kant in depth, but I am a little bit hesitant to identify with this because I feel like the Lacanian version of the claim is too strong. Because I do think throughout the revisionary process we do make progress, or we can make progress, like particularly in the mathematical realm, right? So like we do get to points where we are like hitting up against real structure that's probably going to just persist from that point on.
Is this a point where
Right.
you agree with Mayasu, where the mathematics gives us real knowledge of the mathematical dimensions of things in themselves?
Ish. Like I think Mayasu's heart's in the right place, but his metaphysical conception of mathematics, much like Badiou's, like stuff is kind of like it's overpowered. You're using like a hammer where a scalpel will do. So like, I think there is something to be said about what often gets called the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics, right? That reframes the question, right? It's like the answer to the question shouldn't be empirical. It shouldn't be like, oh, we happen to be in a universe where mathematics is just useful. It's like no, like that, like there's a sense in which mathematics is useful whichever universe we find ourselves in, right? But the way of reframing the question shouldn't be, that means the universe is absolutely contingent, right? And that what mathematics does is describe the structure of absolute contingency. I think that's like, we'd be better off saying something like, and this is what I'd like to say, when we formalize empirical concepts, they are essentially going to have mathematical content. Like mathematics gives us the store of tools to build empirical concepts, right? And this is something I say in the essay on Transcendental Realism. My views on mathematics have changed a bit since I wrote that, but this is one thing that I still think is that like discoveries in mathematics affect discoveries in, say, physics and the empirical sciences in a kind of asymmetric way, right? Because they give us tools and they provide ways of drawing out implications of the mathematical models we've been using to model reality that previously we didn't have. Sorry, is this making any sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. I'm trying to do like an on-the-spot application of what you just said. I mean, this idea that mathematics is essential to conceptualization as such is very interesting to me. I mean, I think about just the relation of genus and species, where it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's one and then multiple. Like, I mean, even in something that seems to be just a qualitative conceptual thing, there's still a quantitative dimension to it. Would you?
I mean, yes, but what I mean is things like a concept like allele frequency distribution, right? Is an idea from like population genetics, right? You can't form that that concept without an understanding of statistics, right? It refers to something empirical, right? But fundamentally, it has an essential mathematical content, right? And as we get in a mathematized science, like what this is our empirical concepts have ineliminable mathematical content, right?
The idea of mathematics is always informing our empirical. concepts.
Well, mathematics, so in the sense of mathematics as a separate discipline, yes, but as a potential, right? Mathematics is always there as the potential for the formalization, like the hardening of the inferential structures underpinning our concepts, right? So, I'm trying to think of another good example here, but like my favorite example, as always, is like weight and mass, right? So we all have this like intuitive understanding of weight, right? Which is quite complex because we've learned to navigate an environment within which objects have like inertia and this, that, and the other, right? But that kind of intuitive conception of weight, like ultimately what physics does is to like unframe it and separate it from our kind of like intuitive bodily understanding, right? In a way that generalizes it so we can talk about mass in different gravity fields. Like our understanding of weight's fundamentally tied to the Earth, right? But mass is a notion that functions in orbit and in different gravity and this, that, and the other. But what's enabled us to do that is the fact that we can articulate a mathematical relationship between mass, force, and acceleration, right? That's what determines that concept, is those relationships, right? So the process of abstraction, right, essentially leads itself to mathematical formalization. And mathematics as pure mathematics is a kind of essential excess over this. It's like learning that, you know, these abstractions we're making for these different things, we can in fact say general things about them, right, in ways that bring us tools that we can then use in the empirical, right? Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of leads me to just because I've always wanted to talk to a philosopher about this, but you know, most of the people I talk to emphasize the theory thing. So I'm just going to ask you. One of the questions I always like thinking about, and I haven't done much in the philosophy of mathematics. I would like to get into it more. I mean, you as a Platonist, I mean, this gets to this big question of the ontological metaphysical status of numbers themselves. It seems like, you know, if somebody wants to go, oh, well, mathematics and number are just contingent symbolic representations we as humans, that doesn't seem to do justice to what to the power of numbers. And it seems like the universe itself is mathematical. And I think you would, maybe from what you said, every universe would be mathematical in a sense. And so I guess the question is, how do you think about the status of numbers in relation to material reality?
So, I mean, something I say in the essay on Transcendental Realism, which is something I still agree with. I mean, there's a lot of things I say about mathematics that I don't fully agree with anymore. But 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 one thing I still agree with is that I think that like um, metaphysics has to be subordinated to epistemology, right? So
Mhm.
so what we have to so the way I like to think about things is try and understand the kind of truth that mathematical claims have. Try to understand the kind of truth that's specific to mathematics in terms of the kind of discourse that it is, the kinds of reasons that it permits, and the kinds that it doesn't. Right? How it does this Hegelian move of opening up a possibility for error. Right? Understand that on its own terms. Right? So start with like pragmatics and semantics. That gets you to epistemology. And then you can maybe say something metaphysical about what's the reality of the things it's talking about. Um, you've got to go in that direction. You can't start from, well, I think mathematical objects are like this, and therefore this is the kind of truth that mathematics has,
Mhm.
right? Or as the Marxists I was talking about earlier go like, numbers have no material reality, therefore like mathematics doesn't have necessary truth in this thing. Like no, like you start with the immanent structure of the discourse, right? Um, so if you do that, I think what you find is that mathematical objects are, in some important sense, indispensable. Like there are sort of structuralists in mathematics who will say, well, all that's really important is structure, right? Badiou, in some sense, believes this. Like Badiou thinks, like, mathematics as ontology is just working out the consequences of axioms, right? And it's not talking about a special domain of objects. It's talking about being qua being, not specific beings. I used to be tempted by that view. I've since come to the position that you have to acknowledge the importance of objectivity in mathematics. This doesn't mean you have to be a crass Platonist saying, well, these mathematical objects exist in a separate realm in the same sense that, like, tables and chairs exist here, right? I think taking that kind of view is, again, going in the wrong direction. Right? Sort of saying, right, in order for there to be substance to the claims we're making, we've got to say that it's like the substance of the claims we're making about empirical things, right? So there is a program within Foundations of Mathematics that I've kind of hitched my bandwagon to, which is homotopy type theory. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this. Again, it's an ongoing project. It's lost a little bit of steam. Some people will critique it, but I still think there's an idea in it that's fundamentally beautiful. And the idea is fundamentally this. You know, I talked about types earlier when I was talking about computation. One way of looking at homotopy type theory is as a kind of like a natural theory of mathematical types. So rather than like a type system that's been hacked together in order just to make programs behave within a given programming language, right? It's in some sense like the system of types, but really, how it functions as the system of types is not by being without syntax, like not being like or having the best and only syntax, but showing how different syntaxes can fundamentally be intertranslated. So the way to understand this is what you get in homotopy type theory is built on Martin-Loft type theory, and it's essentially a form of intuitionistic logic, which is extended to predicates. Probably talking nonsense here. The key idea is it suspends the identity of indiscernibles. So the identity of indiscernibles is this principle Leibniz was obsessed with, which says that, like, if two things have the same properties, then they're the same thing. Right? So if two things have exactly the same properties, then they're just the same things, right? And this is questionable in the empirical realm, right? But it seems quite natural in the mathematical one. Like, what would it mean to talk about two mathematical objects as different despite having exactly the same properties, right? The way it suspends this is by basically saying identity only makes sense internal to a type, right? So in the type of integers or the type of natural numbers, let's say, like, it makes sense to ask, is this natural number the same as that natural number? Right? Or is this expression that evaluates to a natural number the same as this expression that just picks out canonically a natural number? So like 5 plus 7 is 12, right? Same. But it doesn't make sense to ask, like, is this expression that evaluates to a natural number the same as this floating point number or this real number, right? Or even rational number, right? Even though, like, if you look at the rational numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4 and whatnot are still in there, Right? You could map those to the natural numbers, but from the strict perspective of Martin-Loff type theory, they're different objects. Right? One in this type and one in this type are different. And you can imagine, right? I mean, it's with simple types like the type of natural numbers, it seems a bit hard, but you can imagine like alien mathematicians building their own type systems where they've created these sets of natural objects, sets of mathematical objects that they've defined in weird ways that don't quite correspond to the ways in which we've defined them. What homotopy type theory does is to kind of re-implement the identity of indiscernibles, but in a new way. So what it essentially does is to say, actually, it turns out we can talk about whether any mathematical object internal to a type is identical to another because we can identify types, right? So we can say, what it does actually is to treat types as spaces. It's like, a type is a space, an instance of a type is a point within that space, and it's possible to identify two types, and on that basis, identify the points. These become like paths in a higher space, and then there's higher and higher and higher spaces. It's quite crazy mathematically, but the key idea is that in principle, right, you can always show whether two syntactically divergent types are kind of semantically equivalent, and thus whether two like alien mathematical frameworks would be talking about the same things, and thus claims that we're making about those things could be communicated to them and vice versa, right?
Interesting. Yeah.
So a way of thinking about this in a kind of Platonic way, right, is that there's all these different perspectives upon the objects, right? And as long as we can translate between those perspectives, right, we can kind of see that we're talking about the same thing. Like, so we don't get like direct access to the forms, right? We always do concrete mathematics with particular syntax, right? But there's this way of seeing how we're kind of getting a sort of parallax view of the same things. And this for me is the kind of essence of mathematical objectivity, like that there is this kind of like immanent transcendence, right? And again, I don't think that means there are these special things that have any kind of causal relationship with us. Like I don't think we have causal relationships with mathematical objects one way or the other, right? I think at the end of the day, we do the reasoning processes are these concrete computational things in the world. Getting back to the beginning of Neorationalism, right? But if you understand those concrete computational processes properly, right, you have to recognize that there's real mathematical intentionality. Like we different people, and indeed aliens and computers and whatnot, can think about the same thing, right? And that's kind of beautiful.
That's the objectivity. So,
Yeah.
okay, let me ask you this about transcendental realism. Where would you say, where's the different? Because, I mean, the first thing that really comes to mind is Kant's transcendental idealism, which says that the mind, the mental faculty, has certain structures it imposes on raw sense data to give cohesiveness and coherence to the manifold, to the flood of sensations. And so that these mental structures, be they the forms of intuition or the forms of perception, or the categories of conceptualization, they are structures the mind imposes and yet makes what we experience as phenomenal reality possible. So the transcendental, when it comes to the transcendental realism that you've worked out, is it is the transcendental located in exterior reality opposed to the confines of the mind?
So it's important to recognize there are two different senses of transcendental that sometimes get run together.
Okay.
This is why I've said my transcendental realism is not like Deleuze's transcendental empiricism. So transcendental can mean a method. So it can mean like conditions of the possibility, right? You've shown, right, it's a condition of the possibility of X, right? That Y, right? Alternatively, you can talk about the transcendental in the sense of the conditions, right? And in Kant, these are kind of the same. Philosophically, these things kind of pull apart. So like when Deleuze is talking about the transcendental, he means like the virtual, but he means that as the conditions of the production of the real. Right. He's not talking about a transcendental method. Right. It's like, no, the virtual is the sort of conditions through which the actual is produced. Right. And that's, it's a legitimate way to take the word, but it's a different way.
And then, Land and CCRU link the transcendental or critique the capitalism itself.
Yeah. Whereas for me, when I talk about transcendental realism, it's a methodological take. I'm showing, like, I take there to be, not that I've necessarily put it forward in a great way, a transcendental argument for the idea that there is an external world with structure in excess of the structure of thought. Right. That's why it's a transcendental realism. Right.
Okay.
Now, and this is distinct from Kant's transcendental idealism. I mean, I've sometimes cheekily said, I think, because I'm a huge fan of Kant, like deeply influenced by Kant, probably my favorite philosopher. I've sometimes cheekily said, if he got one thing exactly wrong, it's that we should probably be transcendental realists and empirical idealists. Like we should probably flip that.
Flip them.
But yeah, it's a flippant statement, and it takes a little bit to unpack.
Right. Nance, let's check it. What are you thinking? Lots been explained here.
Man, I don't know. I'm getting kind of lost in these ideas of maths, and due to the fact that I am not a mathematician, I talking about type theory. I went to Hilbert's Hotel to kind of to try to make sense out of it, and I like my immediate thought was, okay, so the one inside the move where they move everyone up by an integer is the same one as the one in the conditions where they move everyone up by even numbers or whatever. Like it's one, but they exist in different kind of temporal frameworks, but there's like they still relate to each other in this way. I also went to ideas of just linguistics and kind of translating, like a type theory would be a description of how we can translate between English and French, or I don't know, Hindi and Swahili, because the semantic content is ultimately what matters, and it's recognizing that we're always constructing different syntactic structures to get at the semantic objectivity of a thing. So I think, yeah.
One useful point, and by the way, we can just stop talking about mathematics. I have a tendency to take us there, so tell me to rein it in. But so what's useful about type theory is it recovers a distinction that was present in Aristotle, but tended to be forgotten in logic in the 20th century after Frege. So in Aristotle, you've got a distinction between sort of primary and secondary substance, right? So, for instance, you've got Fido, who's a dog, right? And then you've got doghood, right? Like the dog is the type of thing that Fido is, right? Crucially, there's a difference between that type and then qualities that Fido has. So like Fido can also be brown, right? But that's not a type of thing that he is. In Frege's logic, like being brown and being a dog are treated in the same way, right? So yeah, this causes a lot of confusion in the 20th century, I think, both logically and metaphysically. But the key point is we can make distinctions like this even in empirical logic, where like predicates, it's not just individuals that are typed, but predicates are typed. So like it only makes sense to say that certain things have certain properties. So we can talk about like I'm trying to think of a silly example here. Like we can talk of a novel like Hound of the Baskervilles, right? And it makes sense to say things like, oh, it's well written, right? It's got it's a detective novel, right? It's got all these kind of properties that novel have. Doesn't make sense to say it's got a boiling point of 100 degrees, right? Like that's just it's just not the kind of thing that a novel can have, right? So this distinction between type and predicate sort of does structure not just mathematical, but also other kinds of discourse and stuff that we engage in. And indeed, so there used to be this term that was really popular in analytic philosophy that got kind of lost in the second half of the 20th century that I really like, which is conceptual scheme. So analytic philosophers used to worry about like, well, what if we have different conceptual schemes? Does that mean we can't communicate with one another? Right? And Donald Davidson ended up arguing, oh, because we can in principle communicate with one another regardless, that means there's no such thing as a conceptual scheme. I think that's wrong, right? The better position is, no, we can totally have different conceptual schemes. We can cut up the world in slightly different ways, right? In different types of thing and different properties that they have, right? But that doesn't mean that there can't be ways of translating across them, right? And it's different in the empirical case to the mathematical one. And indeed, like my personal obsession is trying to draw analogies between the two so I can understand the empirical case, right? But yeah, this is the kind of concern that I've got is like if we encounter aliens and not just that they're doing weird mathematics, right? The way in which they're representing things that are familiar to us in the world are going to be different. How do we articulate the divergence? And to make one final point, in some sense, our past selves and our future selves are aliens in this way, right? Like the conceptual revisions we go through, right? Like in order to understand where we come from, we have to be able to kind of translate back into the past, right? And we have to be able to anticipate like translating into different ways of thinking in the future. So
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm always going back to the question of Aristotelian substance, and maybe this is Heidegger's influence on me, where I think this is just a living on. It's always going to be a living question in philosophy, is trying to think through different modes of being. There's empirical objects, there's mathematical objects. How we want to say they're objects and they both exist, but they don't seem to exist the same way. And honestly, okay, I can't resist. So I was talking to Nance earlier. All right, so for me, it's easy to understand how this copy of object-oriented philosophy is an Aristotelian substance. What I cannot begin to process is how the fuck the Civil War can count as an Aristotelian substance. So
yeah.
I don't understand how we could reduce everything to one mode of being.
No, I agree with you. I mean, the thing with Aristotle, the way of thinking about, I mean, Aristotle is fundamentally for me, he's the enemy, right? But you've got to again be super impressed by him, right? Like he did like the most systematic kind of thinking that basically anyone had ever done, like from almost nothing, right? Like he has logic, he's got metaphysics, he's got this whole crazy system, and it's so coherent and compelling that for like over 1,000 years, people get one-shotted by it. Like people are like, read Aristotle, or fuck, this is just the way the world is, right? And the thing to understand about how it works is the reason primary substance is so important is it's the base of everything else, right? Like all the other, so the categories give you the different kinds of predication you can have of things, right? And the secondary substances are like the types that these things fall into. But fundamentally, at the end of the day, like that's the base of the whole system of everything that can possibly be said, right? At the end of the day, there's just got to be primitively individuated individuals, right? The world just is cut up into individual things, and that's what enables us to kind of organize all of the different things we can say and be clear about the possibility of being wrong. What's really radical about Kant, like Kant's anti-Aristotelian, like Kant often gets portrayed as being this kind of, oh, he's just an Aristotelian. No, Kant is radically anti-Aristotelian in various ways, but the one that people really underappreciate is he fundamentally rejects the idea that things are given to us as already individuated, right? Kant is like, no, we get this like manifold of unstructured sensory information, and that's got to be turned into like discrete objects that we can make judgments about by predicating things off, right? And Kant does believe that things are typed, right? Because he is still an Aristotelian in that sense, right? So we've got to somehow individuate spatiotemporal regularities and then subsume them under hierarchical systems of genus and species, right? Now, what I always say to people is this is why Kant is doing, or one of the reasons Kant is doing artificial intelligence like 200 years before anybody else, because this is the problem of machine vision, right? Like when people started doing machine vision, what they realized is what the discrete objects are that you're trying to identify the properties are just not given to you. And how you individuate is fucking like really difficult. What makes Kant's conception of substance, like the category of substance, quite different from Aristotle's is fundamentally he thinks of it as being about a certain kind of continuity or invariance within sensation. So like Kant gives our examples of substance that sound weird to an Aristotelian. So he talks about like when you burn like a piece of wood and it produces smoke, right? The substance is the thing that's continuous across the transition, right? Which is very kind of like physics way to think about it, right? It's like the conservation of across the, right? And this is why, like in some sense, energy is the deep substance because it's what's continuous across all transitions, right? But more generally, like basically, I think if you read Kant correctly, Kant thinks we interact with the world, right? And substances emerge as like behavioral invariants within that space of interaction, right? And what that means is like if we were embodied in a very different way, like if I mean to give like a crazy fucking sci-fi example, right? Like if I was embodied as like a whole bunch of bodies, right? Like a nation, right? Like who existed over a long period of time and thus was interacting with all kinds of different things over world events, right? Like I would have an understanding of the Civil War as a substance, right? Or at least as a process, right? That is very different from our understanding of it because it would have been something that I could interact with, right? On a scale that we aren't capable of interacting with, right? Like the substances, at least the individual objects we encounter are these invariants within the patterns of interaction we can have with the world. At least that's my.
But if you're saying that Aristotelian substances are things in themselves and they're vacuum sealed, it's hard for me to see how that works when it comes to the Civil War.
that's not what I'm saying.
No, not
Right,
you.
couldn't
Not
do it.
you. I'm saying
Yeah.
if
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah.
the position, I
Yeah.
don't know how to make sense of
At
that.
the end of the day, this is where I'm kind of still a Deleuzian. Is I think at the end of the day, we live in this kind of like mess of dynamic processes that you can kind of cut up in a variety of different ways, and that doesn't mean like you can cut them up in any arbitrary way.
Mhm.
What I mean is like there are fundamentally choices you make in which scheme you apply to think about things, right? And identity as this kind of like empirical thing, right? Like, me being the same thing as I was yesterday, or the Civil War being the same thing between, 1 year and the next, right? That identity is in some sense illusory, right? Like you can cut the underlying process of a change, and you should probably cut them up in certain ways. But like there's no such thing as like this just is the way the world is cut up into individuals. Right? Like Aristotle thinks.
So, okay, as we kind of near the end of the discussion, I guess the last few questions I have or something like I definitely wanted to ask you about artificial intelligence. I know that you recently published something about a month or so ago about LLMs, and a lot of people we were talking about it. As far as AI goes, I mean, I'm constantly thinking of it through Landian terms. That Nick's fundamental thesis is capitalism is artificial intelligence. Yeah, I'm just curious about what you think is going on right now, especially in this relationship between AI and capitalism. Or do
Big
you think,
question.
or do you not think they're as related as Nick does?
I don't think they're as related as Nick does. Like, I think so. This is the content of the lecture that I gave a couple of weeks back. Was like, okay, maybe you can make a case that capital is AI, sort of, right? Does that mean it's so? For me, the crucial question is like, okay, maybe we can argue markets are intelligent, right? Are they the exemplary form of intelligence? No. Like, so Nick is obsessed with this like decentralized character of markets and neural nets. He sees like a homology between the two and wants to
Bitcoin.
kind of identify intelligence with that. And I just think that that's it's a pattern you're seeing there, but I think it's leading him astray. So the key thing I would say about markets is like to put it in Landian terms, they're a secondary process, right? Like the price system abstracts away from all kinds of different bits of knowledge. You get like dispersed knowledge in the Hayekian sense, but it's at the expense of other knowledge, which is crucial to the actual operating of things. So like markets end up deploying knowledge that they don't strictly produce, even if they may modulate. Right. So simple example, like semiconductors. We wouldn't have semiconductors without quantum mechanics, right? Like, and we didn't get quantum mechanics through a market process, even if, like, yeah, okay, physicists were being fed by things that are being produced and sold on a market basis. That's not the same thing, right? Markets can deploy knowledge, but that's not the same thing as like figuring out accurate representations of the world and revising those theories in ways that then lead to technology. So to put it in other terms, like Nick is desperate to identify commerce and industry as like a single process of technomics. And I just think those two things can be pulled apart and should be pulled apart. This is where I'm a kind of Veblenite. Like industry and commerce are at war from my perspective. But
So
okay, so that's
or if he came back and he was to say, okay, but what capitalism has constantly produced is hardware or robotics that can outperform human capacity. And so, you know, this is embodied intelligence. This is material intelligence. Sure, it might be a kind of functionalist definition of intelligence, but he would say, look, you have robots that replace human beings because ultimately they're more intelligent at this specific function. And that because the system does this overall, that's where this exponential growth of artificial intelligence is spurred on from.
I think there's some conflations in there. Like, so land. Okay, if there's one like real principle like disagreement between say me and Reza and Land on intelligence, Land takes a kind of extremely flat view of intelligence, which is not an uncommon one. So some people within the artificial intelligence space will say what intelligence is the capacity to solve problems. That's it, right? More problem solving capacity, more intelligence. It's a kind of very blunt, quantitative, unstructured thing, right? So in that sense, Land can go, well, if you've got these bits of fixed capital that can solve a bunch of problems, right? Yeah, in some sense, right? That's embodying intelligence in this quantitative sense, right? We're producing all this stuff that enables us to solve problems, and even if it's specialized, it's being utilized through this distributed market process. And so, yeah, we've got intelligence. Me and Reza would take a more qualitative view of intelligence.
Right. Hence intelligence and spirit, or would you even say intelligence and reason?
Yeah, I mean, so what I increasingly use is I increasingly like to talk about wisdom as opposed to intelligence. I like to talk about artificial wisdom. So I see wisdom is the capacity to utilize intelligence in this flatter sense, right? So like we take all of us, right? Our cognitive systems aren't homogeneous, right? We have subsystems that are specialized for doing certain things, right? We have some of them have kind of like resources that have to be assigned, like limited amounts of attention that you've got to figure out how to use. Like we have all these kind of cognitive resources and specialized problem solving systems and imaginative heuristics. How do we then deploy them to solve a given problem? Right. And for me, that's wisdom. Right. It's what sometimes gets called metacognition. Right. And for me, the key capacity of wisdom or metacognition is the ability to understand and reformulate a problem. Right. So the ability to understand the problem itself and to revise your understanding of the problem such that you can then solve it. Right. That's the thing that's critical. That's qualitatively critical. Right. And that is rationality in this bigger revisionary sense. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Another way to put it is the capacity to ask better questions. Right. So we have a question, right? We approach the world, and then the world doesn't fit, and what it tells us is, no, you've got to rethink the question you're asking, right? That's the key ability, right? And in some sense, maybe markets have it in some sense, but I don't think it's an exemplary sense, right? I think and fundamentally, if you want to make sense of it, you have to talk about it in representational terms. So I like to say I have a bit more of an old school conception of intelligence, like associated with sort of what gets called good old fashioned AI, where there's something essentially representational about intelligence that can't simply be flattened into the capacity to solve problems.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where does that leave us with regard to contemporary AI?
Mm-hmm.
So very loosely, there's a couple different ways in which people think about AI and its progress and where it's going. I've already talked about the sort of Bayesian ideal adopted by Yudkowsky and others. They have a particular variant of that called Solmanov induction that Reza has talked about as well in Intelligence and Spirit. I think that's fundamentally a red herring. It's a way of trying to kind of brute force reality in this kind of calculative way, and it misses this qualitative dimension of wisdom. But that kind of brute force mindset is also there within a lot of the way in which people want to use deep learning. A lot of people want to use deep learning in this kind of inductive way of just like, we just throw data and processing power at a thing, and it'll go through a whole bunch of different possibilities, and ultimately it'll end up with a solution, right? And so that's a kind of bad model of intelligence. More recently, we have LLMs, which technically, so okay, one, before I move on to LLMs, a good example for thinking about neural nets and their limitations is AlphaFold. Don't know if you guys know this, which is the most successful so far artificial intelligence system deployed to solve a scientific problem. The key thing is AlphaFold is a custom-built network, right? It embodies an understanding of the problem it was trying to solve. Like it can't reform. Like it doesn't come up with an understanding of the problem. That understanding was built in by the scientists, right? So the representational work has been done for it, and then it brute forces through the options. LLMs. So, I've always said that if we get anything like AGI proper, and what I mean by that is not superintelligence, nor simply the ability to do more than you were programmed to do, but something like human level intelligence, right? Artificial wisdom, right? If we get that, I've always said it would come from the natural language processing. So in some regard, I'm kind of like, yeah, look, this is playing out my my prediction. But I don't think LLMs as they exist are artificial wisdom or general intelligence, or that they're going to get there without some serious architectural innovation. I think some of what's going on with LLMs might end up being part of the successful story, but it's definitely not there. There are various reasons we could give for that. I think one key point is just architectural, which is that LLMs are pre-trained, right? And even if there is some post-training, and even if there are agential frameworks built onto the underlying model that can have something like ongoing memory, the underlying model doesn't learn with time. Like it doesn't, the way in which you interact with it doesn't change the underlying model. And I think that's a fundamental limitation on the kinds of revision that I think are in principle required. I mean, I could be wrong about that. It could be that enough of what's going on in the agential framework could realize that. Like the real beliefs and theoretical stuff that's getting revised could be external to the model, and the model simply providing the inferential nous to be able to do it. But I'm skeptical of that. the real questions about it come down to what are now called reasoning models, or what's more accurately called as chain of thought, where outputs are given back as inputs, and you go around and around in a process until you get to what you might call reflective equilibrium. The piece I wrote about Leif Weatherby's book gives some very, very basic intuitions about what I think is going on there. But I do think what we are starting to see with reasoning systems is the sort of separating out of inference from what you might call connotation. Right? So the weird thing about LLMs is they learn all the associations between words, right? And then you have to find some way of kind of utilizing the ones that are epistemically relevant, rather than just the kind of like cultural associations, right? Things like, stylistic appropriateness and other kind of contextual stuff. The way in which people have been training up reasoning models, particularly by doing things like formal verification, like reinforcement learning through formal verification and mathematical stuff, that is clearly, at least to my mind, starting to extract or emphasize, highlight inferential relations between terms over and above the more general kind of noisy connotations that they're learned in relation to. Whether or not that can be expanded into the full-blooded conception of reason, in which the thing can not just answer questions but ask better questions, is an open question. I think, if nothing else, it's going to require a hell of a lot more of this agential framework stuff built around the underlying model, and ideally a way of continuously updating or retraining the model in relation to it. Again, I'm making a variety of technical claims. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, Nance, I'm sure you got something to say here.
Yeah. I actually, so going back to the attractor, when we are trying to cope with, not just describe, but cope with ideals, the way gradient descent works, you could be said to say that, or it could be said that there are attractors in these in-dimensional spaces that are a billion parameters or so. It seems to be the case that there is an attractor that pulls, I don't know, to say the nomad, I think, is silly, but there's something that it's pulled down. And if you just looked at this space, if you looked at the topology, it would make almost no sense that it had arrived at the attractor, but nevertheless, it does seem to arrive at the attractor. And I don't know, I almost feel split when I make that connection. There's a part of me that it's abhorrent. It's like, no, these machines are just machines. They're doing nothing. But there's also something that there's a resonance between this idea of the attractor when it comes to truth, and seeing that represented in LLMs and their training gradient descent. So I don't know. That's scary to me. It almost makes me want to rethink the worldview and ask a better question about it. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I would recommend reading Leif's book.
Yeah.
I think what he does quite usefully is to say, look, we've got to think about LLMs first, not as cognitive systems. We've got to see them as capturing language, but being a good structuralist, language is a structure prior to its kind of cognitive use. And I think that's really good, because it then sets us up to properly ask questions about how this thing can be used cognitively. And for me, that's this this difference between connotation and implication. Like yeah, LLMs start out being really, really good at doing things like writing poetry or like creating pieces of text that are coherent in this kind of holistic way, right? Which is like amazing. But that coherence doesn't necessarily mean like logically consistent, right? Like they don't like they're good at coherence, but there are genres of coherence that aren't necessarily the same thing as like rational coherence and consistency. And what we've been trying to do is to kind of tease out of them the capacity to focus on that kind of coherence. And the question is, can we do that without really significant architectural changes? I think the answer is probably no. But that isn't to say we haven't learned anything from the paradigm we're in. Though the big thing about the paradigm that we are in is this brute force mindset led to hyperscaling, and hyperscaling is fundamentally unsustainable. Right? And that's where we get into questions of economics and politics.
Yep.
Surrounding this stuff, whether we're looking at an AI bubble, which we almost certainly are, and what the fuck is going to happen with it.
Yeah.
And whether or not that gives leftists political opportunities. Those are, the questions that are downstream from the technical ones.
Well, this kind of leads into the next question, which is simply, look, some part of me just, if somebody asks, okay, Mikey, what is your, if you have to pick a signifier to represent your political, stance,
Other than Posadist, right? Other than Posadist.
that's all yours. That's all yours. I can't.
Okay.
I would just say, look, if I'm being honest, the closest thing I am to anything politically is a left accelerationist. I mean, Nick knows this very clear. He would just tell me, why do you run from this? But the funny thing is, though, look, I mean, Inventing the Future had a huge impact on me when I read it, and I'm gonna always be indebted to Cernicek and Williams.
Yeah.
I see with a lot of leftists now, there's a kind of I don't know, knee-jerk dislike for left accelerationism, and I guess
there has been since it was first articulated. In fact, I think it's less intense now than when it first came about.
it's weird, but I see people not saying, "Oh, Inventing the Future they got it wrong," and I'm like, okay. I mean, and look, I understand like Nance's thing with left accelerationism is that you just go, "Sorry, accelerationism's not left," because it's Landian for you.
Yeah.
And
for me, accelerationism is nihilism, is the process of capitalism. But it leads me to say, oh, then I'm something other than I want a better word. And there isn't one. Left accelerationist is just what we are.
But see, and this is where Nick, your thing you said a minute ago, Pete, where you were like, you want to separate, the technology from economy, and this is Nick's famous critique of left accelerationism is, hey guys, you want the technological dynamism, but you don't want any of the capitalism, but you cannot come up with a better mechanism to spur on this technological dynamism than capital. And so he thinks that our problem is that it's kind of a fantasy thing. Like, we want the tech dynamism, we don't want the capital exploitation. You can't have one without the other. And if you say you can, then the question is, what is this alternative virtual mechanism that will organize the world in such a way as to spur on tech development without that mechanism being capital? So that's kind of where I just want to get your thoughts on that.
It's a serious challenge, right? It's a really serious challenge. And it's got more, what makes it more biting is that you're faced with a dilemma rhetorically, because you either go, okay, allow me to show you my fully designed alternative economic system that would have to be like dropped in from space, like the world redesigned from the ground up, right? You know, and then you get attacked as that's completely unrealistic and
Utopian
impossible,
or something.
right? Or you go, here's my 12-point reformist agenda as made possible by some quirk of party politics I hope will allow a small leftist insurgency, right? Like, which is inventing the future, right? Basically. So, you know, it's rhetorically hard to respond to, as well as conceptually. So I'm hoping to write a book about left accelerationism if I can find the time, because someone needs to. And like I say, part of the reason none of us original left accelerationists have really done it is we had such a hostile response that it's been like really hard to just find a sustainable niche, right, in the motivation. But anyway, it seems like it's the time to do it.
I agree.
My initial response is, one, left accelerationism is neither techno-optimism nor techno-pessimism, right? It is techno-opportunism, right? It is about identifying, right, the concrete tendencies within the present that can be pushed, right, in particular directions that we hope lead towards the post-capitalism of some form, right? And principally, we're focused upon technological possibilities, and that enables us to flip between the micro and macro scale. Here's our small reformist proposals, and here's maybe ways in which we could plan longer term for things. The difficulty is connecting those two things up, right? So on the one hand, campaigning for things like universal basic income, right, which Nick and Alex made the case for, and it's still basically correct, right? It's a great platform, transitional demand, right? Especially with the economics of AI automation coming this way. But you might also want to argue on kind of longer term for building more persistent institutions that can come together as a kind of concrete economic counterculture. That's the kind of thing I would say we have to think about. So to give you like a totally speculative proposal, just as an example. So I mean, you know, like a lot of people, big fan of open source software or free software. I think that's one of the most concrete examples of the kind of dynamics that left accelerationists encourage, as opposed to kind of capitalist dynamics of investment, right? It's currently completely embedded within capitalism, but it's embedded in a way that actually gives you kind of purchase, right, and provides concrete examples. My super speculative proposal is I think we should have open source for business models, right? I think if you want to open a coffee shop, it should be as easy as going on GitHub and saying, right, I'm going to instantiate this, right? It tells me all I need to know about the business logic. It sets up payroll. It sets up legit, like I get all of the back end technology I need to do it. And I can just focus on making the coffee, right? Which, you know, again, I'm not anti-market. I think markets are great in certain things. Like I like having nice third wave coffee shops competing against each other. I just think they should be competing against each other on how good the coffee they're making is and how nice it is to be there, not on whether or not they can make heads or tails of the tax system, right? Like, you know, like there are ways of creating platforms that we can use to encourage the kinds of competition we want and discuss and just obviate the kinds of competition we don't. Similarly, like there are there are concrete forms of what I'd call anti-capital in existence, right? So I've one of my old slogans is anti-capitalism needs anti-capital, right? Like, what is anti-capital, right? Well, it's different concrete modes of investment, right? Different ways of having that MCM dynamic, right? I think crowdfunding is a really good example. It's got its own pathologies, its own problems, but it's big and it's like economically huge now, and does a lot of startups for small products, right? And this is what I call product-oriented investment, right? People go, I want to see that thing, I want to buy that thing, so I'm going to invest in this. You're not investing in a business model, right? You're not saying, I want a return off this. You're saying, this is the kind of thing I want to see in the world, right? I think there are ways of reinforcing these kinds of dynamics and hopefully, causing them to grow and build the basis of economic counterculture. And that's not an either or with political representation, right? Or, God forbid, military conflict and revolution, right? Like, opportunists, right? We pick what we can get, right? Yeah. So that's my kind of left accelerationist.
I love the opportunist dimension of it. I mean, look, with the technologies we're seeing right now, Nance and I, the first piece that we co-authored together is called Enjoy Your Surveillance. And really what it is, look, we're kind of playing with this thing where Land and CCRU identify capital and AI. Žižek and McGowan and that side identifies capital and superego. And so what it got Nance and I thinking about is this way that AI has the potential to act superegoically, which is to say, to surveil us in a way to always be measuring our happiness. Like, you always have to be enjoying. And so, certain distribution companies now install AI surveillance cameras in the vans and in the trucks to constantly monitor how a driver is driving. Well, the problem with being a human driver is there's no such thing as a perfect fucking driver. And what now you're up against is this, to use Judas Priest's term, the electric eye of the AI surveillance, which to me, this is where AI and surveillance are unfriendly, they're threatening, and that's why, Nance and I call this Robo Cthulhu for fun. Yeah, we're inspired by Nick on this, but it's trying to get at this aspect of how AI really does have this potential to be very threatening to us, especially how it's being utilized in surveillance technologies. And this is exactly of where I want there to be some sort of left accelerationist pushback, where it's like, yeah, these technologies can be great, but this is a terrible fucking way to use them against human beings. Nobody wants to be surveilled by the electric eye of Robo Cthulhu while they're just trying to get through their fucking day at work.
This is also where I think, so like, I self-identify as a socialist, right?
Yeah.
In some ways, I've come out with the tradition of British socialism. I'm mutated in weird ways, but that's where kind of like my political home is, right? But I think it's also really important for us to be ecumenical, and I think it's really important to have dialogue and solidarity with anarchists, because they're really good on these particular issues, right? Like, you want to talk about like decentralized local resistance to these kinds of technologies of capture. That's their bag, right? And I think market anarchism is worth engage. I don't agree with all of it, but I think it's really like I get much more out of engaging with market anarchists than I do most Marxists. Not all Marxists, but like there's a kind of flexibility of, well, we can talk about incentive structures. Like, this is the Landian question is like, how are you going to build incentive structures, guys? Right? it's a serious question, and you've got to talk about it. And anarchists will talk about that.
Because the idea is capital kind of has its own baked-in incentive in MCM prime. It has its own motivating logic to it.
Yeah.
To the churn.
But I also think like this is where I'm kind of where I am a Veblenite is like, and I think this was partly what was going on in the early left accelerationist stuff with Nick and Alex was sort of going, look, contra land, right? Actually, capitalism is retarding the process of technology and technological development in various ways. You know, like where's my jetpack? Right?
Where's my
classic
hoverboard? I'm still waiting.
Yeah. But it's like the technological development is combined and uneven, right? And indeed, like infrastructural investment is at like absolute generational lows, right? If you're outside of China, right? So like capital is finding new things to sell us and new ways to sell it to us, but it's doing it as best as it can without actually innovating in ways that improve our capacities, right? And this is most obvious and I had this thing on Twitter yesterday about this in what Cory Doctorow is calling enshittification. And I mean that in the narrow sense of
I saw your
platform
post.
economy, right? And that's exactly what Veblen calls sabotage. This is commerce hampering industry, right? And interestingly, I think programmers working in tech, right, are starting to develop a certain amount of class consciousness on this basis, where they're no longer temporarily embarrassed founders and are starting to rediscover that, like, actually they're people being forced to violate their own professional ethics, right? And what I mean by their professional ethics is this, like, engineering sense of producing something that's as good as it can be, right? Like, you know, if you're the guy at Google who like spent 2 decades building it into the best search engine it could be, and you're told to fucking monkey wrench it in order to improve the click rates, right? Like, that's one guy, but there is a kind of incipient class conflict there. And that's the kind of thing Veblen was interested in. It's just like the engineers versus the capitalists. Right? I'm not saying that's the whole story by any means, but I think there's something there. And I think more generally in consumer society, there is like a visceral awareness that things have been made deliberately worse for us. Right? Like our various forms of social relation, right, have been like reinstitutionalized through technology and then deliberately hampered for profit. And that's a form of of resentment and awareness that can be turned into politics, right? So I think that's another thing to think about from a sort of left accelerationist perspective. Is like, so a classic thing that you find a lot online. A really good example of this is dating apps, right? Like a lot of people are. I mean, you know, there's horrible gender politics around this as well. But there are also a lot of people who are just aware that like they've been put in a Skinner box, right? Like this isn't like you know, their lives are worse than it used to be when the apps were first there, and even perhaps worse than before apps changed the social ecology around dating, right? And the same is true for all kinds of things, not least the gig economy, right? So I think like there are, you know, there are new things and new opportunities, like new forms of oppression, new forms of resistance. Importantly, I think like, I mean, I want to go back and do more research in this because my history isn't as good as I'd like it to be. But like a key part of the labor movement isn't just unions, it's also cooperatives. Right? We have multiple different social forms that were essential to building the kind of class power that ultimately enabled social democracy, right? In an uneven and problematic way, right? The big question for me is, what are the new social forms comparable to unions and cooperatives, right? How do we get the incentive structures right in such a way that these things can coexist with and potentially outcompete capital? The big problem, I mean, we've got lots of problems. The biggest problem we've got is capital is so concentrated now that it's incredibly hard to do anything market-based at any scale without simply being beaten down by people who can outpay you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like any kind of cooperative alternative to Uber, like gets smashed by lowering prices, right? Because they can afford to do that. They ran a business for 10 years unprofitably in order to corner the market, right? Like how do you outcompete shit like that? That's where it's really
Is there an
hard.
opportunity here for the left to actually claim the category of competition and say, no, whatever you guys are doing, you're preventing competition.
Oh hell yeah, fuck yeah! Like this is where again, like limited, but definite solidarity with market anarchists, right? Who will just be like this is not a functioning market, right? I mean, what's even more obvious with the big platform stacks, is essentially what like the strategy to make money has increasingly become not even cornering the market, but becoming the market, right? Like Amazon, Uber, like eBay, like the aim is to be the market and cream off a rent on top, and also to be able to shape transactions to your favor, right? I mean, I think like Yanis Varoufakis and also Mackenzie Walk are like wrong about how they describe this, but they're
You
not
mean like the
wrong to try
techno
and put it.
feudalism thing?
Techno-feudalism and capital is dead. I have an old Twitter thread about this. Like I think that they're not wrong to try and identify that dynamic. They're just wrong about the way in which they describe it. But like, you know, like the platform is it's not the only thing we have to think about, but like it's a crucial political thing to be thought about, because how you fight it is like deeply non-trivial. But a politics of, you know what, we actually like real competition here. We'd like a real market, not a pseudo market. Thank you very much. I think is viable, right? Very viable.
That's great. So, okay, last question that I have. I've been waiting for this one because, look, coming out of the Lacanian Žižekian perspective, maybe the core thing for Nance and I is subjectivity. And, you know, whenever you talk about subjectivity, though, you run into these, well, are we just talking about humanity? Are we talking about selfhood? And so, you know, in your book, you have moments where you're talking about the self, you're talking about the human and the inhuman. And I think this would just be a great way to end the conversation. What is the human? What is the inhuman? What lies beyond survival? What is the self? Is it a contained multitude? So kind of just let you riff on that.
So I was deeply influenced by Reza's Labour of the Inhuman, and my reformatting of Homo sapiens is kind of my attempt to kind of riff on that and articulate this sort of rationalist inhumanism, or rational inhumanism, what he calls it. And this gets back to the point I made to Nance earlier, which is what inhumanism basically is, as far as we're concerned, is it's identifying that within the human that pushes it beyond itself. Right? So sometimes one critique that's made of transhumanism by critical post-humanists is that it's still too humanist, that it doesn't identify the sense in which it's humanist. Like this idea of like self-cultivation and improvement through technology is a very humanist idea, right? And our response to that is, yeah. And so the important thing is to figure out what that thing is and extend it. Like that humanist ideal of self-cultivation ultimately pushes the human beyond itself, right? And now the articulating this a bit further, the idea becomes the only thing that can't be revised is the structure of revision itself, right? Like the core, like the kind of like abstract core at the human is the very dynamic of rational revision. And as I've sort of said earlier, this has a theoretical and a practical side. Right? There's the revisions of our understanding of the world, right? Like changing our conceptual frameworks, right? But this has its mirror image in the practical, right? In the revision of our motivations and our projects, right? And our values. As I said, the kind of the book really doesn't talk as much about the theoretical side as it does about the practical side, like trying to articulate the duality between these two things and its consequences was really what was at the heart of those first 5 essays. Crucially, I think that there is a duality between the theoretical and the practical. The duality. So on the theoretical side, this kind of artificial wisdom or general intelligence requires that any of our beliefs and concepts can potentially be subject to revision. Like nothing within the whole, like the revision is holistic, right? Nothing has to be kind of held above anything else, right? My idea is that in the practical side, this holistic revision is the essence of autonomy, right? So Kantian autonomy is this idea that we set our own goals, right? We choose our own ends, right? And you can think about this from the perspective of creating like an artificial intelligence. Like if you create it and you give it one priority that can't be revised, like the rest of them can be revised, but this one can't be, right? In some important sense, it's not autonomous, right? You've chosen its ends for it, right? So in order for that not to be the case, there's got to be this potential for any of its practical priorities to be revised in line with the others, right? Because crucially, it is about how these are integrated, right? Like your priorities are going to be integrated, but when there are conflicts, these force changes, right? This is not unlike what Nick calls cybernetic closure when he talks about governmental systems. Interestingly enough. Anyway, so we have wisdom or general intelligence and autonomy on the other hand, right? So the other way I like to describe this is autonomy is not a matter of where we start, but it's a matter of how we evolve, right? The process of rational revision is a process through which we set our own ends, right? Not like ex nihilo, but in a kind of like Heideggerian throne way, right? The question is what enables that holistic revision? What enables this process of kind of things being integrated and then anything potentially being able to be changed? My answer to that, as indeed was Heidegger's, is the self, right? So for Heidegger, like what ultimately unifies all of my projects at the end of the day is the project of being, or rather becoming, who I am, right?
Your ultimate
Right.
for the sake of which.
Yeah, that Dasein is that for the sake of which, right? And it's not egoism, right? It's this like, who do I want to be,
Mhm.
right? Who am I, right? That question is the thing that unifies everything, and I think that's fundamentally right. Um, the self is that kind of representational part of the cognitive system that enables this ongoing revision through kind of continually responding to that question, through keeping that question alive, right? So crucially, it's not just a representation of who I am in the sense of like my body, like actual facts about me, like my actual position, and like I have to keep track of like what's the reality here, guys? Like I am 40 and I'm unemployed, and this, that, and the other, right? Right. But that's also related to the ideal, right? The who I want to be, right? And there's a kind of porous boundary between these two things, right? Um, and crucially, the self is itself subject to revision, but it's that revision of the self that guides the revision of the whole, right?
See, and I love
Uh,
this because look, I mean, from the Lacanian Žižekian perspective, I mean, it's not the same, it's not identical, but for us, we have this distinction between identity and subjectivity. And identity has to do with, what we can say about ourselves. It's our social, status. It's our egoic identifications. And yet there's a dimension of us that's never reducible to that. We're never able to be fully identical to our identities because there's this remainder in us that enables us to never be fully identical. And that's the point we call subjectivity. And it's what enables us to continue to revise ourselves, to not just be
it's
a puppet.
it's authenticity in Heidegger,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
like with that crucial thing, like Heidegger and authenticity has always been better than Sartre on like bad faith, because in Sartre it's this very much kind of ex nihilo, like you just change, like you just like and whereas in Heidegger there's always this recognition that we are mostly inauthentic. We're
Mhm.
mostly building ourselves out of the social conceptions we inherit from those around us and
Right.
the
I would
social
say
norms.
Heidegger emphasizes facticity in a better way than
Yeah,
Sartre does.
yeah. But for Heidegger, what's important is this possibility of like temporary authenticity of being like,
Mhm.
okay, yes, I'm a teacher, but I'm going to make being a teacher my own. I'm going to be my kind of teacher. I'm not going to
Mhm.
be like,
The
and
generic Dossmann teacher.
yeah, and so yeah, I'm like, so the other thing for me, which is kind of relevant here, is so and this is something I haven't emphasized as well in the book as I would have liked. It comes out more in the last essay. Why does anything matter? And this comes back to this idea of truth and what I was talking about is Badiou infidelity earlier, right? It's like it's not just that the process of revision is driven by like internal inconsistency, but there's also like this aim to elaborate on your commitments, right? So like like so the thing that's important to me about value concepts contra utilitarians, right, is that they are in some important sense epistemically opaque, right? So the silly example I always give is jazz. Like I can be like, I like jazz, right? But do I know what jazz is? Right? Like like I can learn more about jazz. And indeed, if I learn enough and I become involved and I practice, I can ask what can it be? Right? And I can be involved at the forefront of pushing what it is, right? The concept itself is open to continual development, right? And yeah, to some extent that involves incompatibility and contradiction and stuff. But like there's things the world doesn't let you do, right? But it's driven by reaching for something, not just trying to get away from incompatibility, right? And yeah, so another way to think about this is there are these dialectical questions to come back to the earlier point about questions, that in some important sense can't be definitively answered, right? Like, not just who am I and who do I want to be, but like, what is jazz? Like, what is opera? Like, these can have provisional answers, right? But they're the questions, as it were, structure and organize this process of elaboration, of continuing to develop and uncover values that we might dedicate ourselves to. So the interesting thing about the self is, in some sense, and this is where again I think the existentialists kind of they've got the, if not the wrong end of the stick, only half the picture. Right? Is that you can't just have who am I? You also need what is jazz. You need autotelic activity. You need stuff that is done for its own sake, because ends that are pursued for their own sake are the stuff from which selfhood is spun.
I love
Right.
that. That's really good.
And it's how we try and bundle those things together, and they don't quite fit, and we're forced to change and modify. That continues to push us onwards.
Can I say that one of the things I was surprised to see you do, because it's so important to anybody who's into Lacan and Žižek, there's this important distinction for us between desire and drive, and you make this distinction. So when it comes to the selfhood, when it comes to the self, how do you see this difference? First off, how would you define desire and drive, and how do you see the difference between them?
Yeah, so this is an aspect of Lacan that I'm definitely kind of walking into, and I maybe at some point I'll have to read the lectures, but I'm putting it off as long as I can. I think Freud is a key figure we have to engage with. Like, I think Freud, for all he has various silly ideas or kind of half understands something, like, genuinely is the first person to reckon with the fact that we don't know what we want. Right? Just as like a lot of post-Cartesian philosophy is kind of going, oh, maybe our representations in our mind are not transparent to us. Like, maybe the brain isn't like transparent to us epistemically. Like, Freud is going, no, like, libidinally, it is not transparent to us. Like, our motivational structures are not transparent. I think that's just like absolutely key, amazing insight, right? And the way I like to articulate Freud's point is that we are, in some sense, a bundle of drives telling itself a story. In fact, we are the story that the bundle of drives is telling itself, right? Because these drives are producing impulses and pointing us in various different directions, and they've got their own representational machinery, but it's limited and partial. So we have like partial objects, like, you might be, I mean,
Like the way the mouth has a mind of its own. Like,
yeah,
the mouth
I mean,
wants what it wants.
My favorite example here is just, I mean, like, people are, we have all this inherent sexual recognitive machinery, right? And that's not all contained, like the heterosexual male part of that is not contained in the Y chromosome, right? It's shared across the fucking, and that's why sexuality is kind of weird and multifaceted, right? We have ways of recognizing various different body parts and various different shapes, right? And it's all jumbled together, and it has to, in some sense, or not necessarily has to, but is in some sense socialized by being integrated into a single object of desire, right? But that integration process always has like various offshoots. So people end up being like, I want a woman with a dick because I've got this drive in here that's pointed at that thing, right? But it doesn't fit into, and it's like, nothing wrong with that. Polymorphous perversity, great, right? And I mean, just to carry on with sexuality, like the the difference for me between drive and desire is the difference between like sexual attraction to organs and this, this kind of like primitive recognitive machinery and like financial domination, right? Like I want to be a pay pig, right? Like that is that's an interpretation of the drives, right? That's someone who has gone through a process trying to figure out what it is these things are pointing them at, and in the process developing and elaborating a representation of what they want that's far in excess of it, right? And this is the key thing about desire is the use of the kind of rational representational machinery that lets us talk about anything we want to in the world to elaborate and interpret these libidinal mechanisms that are actually far more representationally limited, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, we elaborate and ultimately end up changing the drives, right? Like this stuff refluxes,
Mm-hmm.
right? But it's so to put it in other terms, back in the language of questions, right? It's like asking, what do I want, right? Asking like, what are my drives telling me, right? In a way that opens up this process of ongoing questions to further and further elaborate it in a way that ultimately leaves the origin point of the drives behind, right? Like yeah, so that's the key
That was
distinction for
cool.
me.
No, I love seeing it, like, because look, the way that in our very niche group of Lacanian Žižekians, we would say something like, okay, so this is the friction between desire and drive for us. So desire is in pursuit of the lost object, objet petit a, that virtual element that if I can just get whatever it is, I will be complete. So fantasy comes in and gives you some unconscious sketch of what it would take for you to have this lost object that would give you whole jouissance, full enjoyment, right? And so desires pursues this lost object while it can't ever get it because it never had it to begin with, but it's pursuing that. Whereas what drive does simultaneously is it enjoys the way we self-sabotage our pursuit of the lost object. So it's the partial enjoyment of self-sabotage of the pursuit of desire. And so that's
I mean,
kind of
I think I end up with a similar structure, but I might ultimately not want to frame it as in terms of self-sabotage because I think it's fundamentally it's possible. The area in which I agree with Lacan is that there's a sense in which desire desires its own continuation,
there's that, yeah.
right? Like desire desires its furtherance,
Mhm.
right? So like the point is not to ultimately find the definitive thing that jazz is, but to keep elaborating that process of libidinal exploration,
Mhm.
right? But I think that can be done wholly self-consciously, right?
Mhm.
Not in the sense of being libidinally self-transparent, right? But in the sense of like giving oneself over to explicitly the process of development without having to, in some self-sabotage, right? Like, this is the thing, like and this is a very interesting thing for thinking about AI alignment and stuff like this is when we think in terms of instrumental reason, we like to think in terms of like finite goals. Like you want this, you get that, right? But the difficulty is how do you think about persistent motivation or open-ended motivation? Drives give you one kind of open-ended motivation, which is this kind of like they just repeat, right? It's like a homeostatic system, right? Like you satisfy it comes back, right? And that just goes on indefinitely, right? The desire proper is a different kind of open-ended motivational structure, right? It's one where you continue to find new things to want. right? You
I've
pursue.
often been tempted to identify desire with care in Heidegger. The care structure can be said in a certain way to be the desire structure.
I think you can do that. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's
I mean,
because, I mean,
obviously,
honestly, it's the structure of why things fundamentally matter to us, which I guess, since we're talking about the self, and, I guess the last thing would be related to this: why does anything matter?
short answer, beauty. Um, but this is basically where my account of desire goes, and everything else I've been talking about is like, so like to come at this from a slight angle, like what utilitarians get wrong is that they collapse the difference between right and beauty, right? And what this means is mandatory excellence on a cosmic scale, right? What is obligatory is what is best, right? And I think it's really important to separate the idea of obligation and excellence. Right? There's what's required, right, and there's what's better than what's required. And crucially, I think that there's various ways I can describe it, but the essence of beauty is excellence in the sense of supererogation, like being more than what is required, right? And this turns up in basically every aspect of life, right? In any area, like even scrubbing dishes, right? You can have like this scrubber is passable. This scrubber is, oh man, this scrubber is just so much better, right? Like, do I need the excellent scrubber? Not necessarily, but oh, it's beautiful, right? Like, um, so it's not just in those more narrowly aesthetic domains where, in some sense, we pursue excellence more directly, right? Um, but this is the thing for me: unconditional value, right? What is done for its own sake, right? Is fundamentally this sort of autocatalytic, sustainable, indefinite pursuit of excellence, right? And then I think that right, ethical right, is fundamentally instrumentally related to beauty. So the way I like to put it is right is to beauty as a means to an end, right? Beauty is to right as contingency is to necessity, right? Right is to beauty as a means to an end. So to put this in other terms, like what is ethically obligatory is securing the conditions of the possibility of the pursuit of beauty, right? So ethics overrides aesthetics, right? Always ethical obligations override aesthetic motivations. But at the end of the day, what gives right and ethics its point is beauty and its pursuit. And at the end of the day, the pursuit of beauty is the flourishing of freedom, right? It is just freedom's self-expansion. Like, so another way of thinking about this ramifying pursuit of excellence, like further elaborating on these value concepts and whatnot, is expanding the range of possible ends, right? We have new ends we can pursue, right? And this is in the Beyond Survival essay. This is how I try and position myself in opposition to Land. Like, Land's vision is fundamentally one which is the cosmic monopolization of means. And mine is the proliferation of ends, right? What we want is proliferation of ends, finding of new things to do for their own sake, not this kind of like teleoplexic, everything is fundamentally a means to the acquisition of more means.
That's great. Well, before we really end it, I just want to say, Nance, you got any questions or anything you want to say? Or
Yeah, I don't know. I think we did cover an awful lot, and there was actually
no, I think you explained everything.
yeah. I think I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to, I guess, sum up. I don't know, this question of the inhuman or the human, or maybe to say the human as the inhuman, is that thing that can say, I don't know what it is, I'll know it when I see it, but stay on that track forever, and because you're put in this tension with it and I, and you're refusing to settle for good enough or any kind of past justification of the thing, but you're saying, I'll know it when I see it. So the when I see it is moving off into an ethical future. And I also really like saying, that ethics is to secure the conditions for beauty. I like that a lot because, yeah, I don't know, but we did cover a lot indeed. And thank you for hanging out with us this evening. Thank you very much. This was excellent. Thank you.
I mean, look, I don't care if it's Badiou or Deleuze or Heidegger, regardless of how we want to define it. This was an event for us. So
There we go.
this was absolutely fantastic. And Pete, it's been a fucking blast. And we hope that, at some point in the future, you can come back and explain more of everything.
More than everything. Everything part 2.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, everybody. If you love philosophy, go get this book. There's something in it for you. It will be a game changer. So thank you, Pete. It's been amazing. Look forward to Pete Explains Everything Part 2.
Part 2.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Over and
Had loads of fun, guys. Thanks for having me.